to you all. Welcome to Algae Nexus Conference. As you know that our country is currently through a tragic disaster. As we conduct this conference, they will be in our thoughts and prayers. So before start our opening ceremony, we would like all participants to take a moment of silence for those that who lost their lives in the earthquake. If you could all rise for a minute. Thank you. Thank you for your support. It's really valuable for us. And now I would like to repeat my first sentence. Welcome to the Nexus Conference. And I would like to invite conference chair, Dr. Berat Haznederoğlu, for his opening remarks. Floor is yours, Mr. Haznederoğlu.
Thank you, Aslan. Paylaşım izni alabilir miyim? Ya paylaşım izni aslında Zoom'dan bilmiyorum. Dear guests, good morning to you all. Sorry, since we are live streaming the event, we will have a few technical difficulties when we are switching the presentation, so please excuse us for a few moments of loss. So I would like to start my words by mentioning that it is actually a great pleasure to welcome you this morning in solidarity with us. Thanks for coming. I wish we got together under much better circumstances, but however, I believe that in these hard times, people do unite around what they trust. And as scientists, engineers, friends, colleagues in here in a small community, we do unite in our universal language, which is science. So I believe being engaged with science, again, surrounded with friends, this event will help ease our pain a little bit. We got so many supporting messages around the world. There are about more than 40 countries helping us during this tragic event. Our prayers are, of course, with those who are affected. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the all organization team for bringing this event together, and also our sponsors, Turkish Airlines, for the official transportation, and also the Polat Makina. We are very grateful for their support. So, why we basically call this event as Algae Nexus. As you can see this from this beautiful image of Istanbul, basically Istanbul connects two continents, both Asia and Europe. Nexus is a Latin word where, for connection, basically it means connection, and it does mean where multiple elements combine together, where it meets. So this might be your first time in Istanbul, you might be revisiting, but as you will experience during this event, Turkey is actually a very culturally rich country hosting many, many different elements. And just like Istanbul, we believe that algae is actually at the focal point, at the nexus point of many, many challenges that we face today. What are these challenges? You see the 10 most challenges that the humanity is facing today. Of course, the biggest one is the global climate crisis. Our population is increasing steadily. More population means more energy demand, more food demand, and more water demand, basically. However, since our prime energy requirements are still heavily dependent on fossil fuels, we all know that our current emissions have exceeded 420. We are in the winter season. It's just below 490 right now, but we know that we passed 420 mark, unfortunately. As the world experience more and more extreme events, these come with droughts, in some regions, wildfires. There is a correlation between the intensity and also the frequency of the wildfires with the global warming. Some areas are experiencing floods. This means more and more stress on the food and agricultural systems as well. So that's why all the top 4 problems, energy, water, food, and environment, are strongly and very heavily dependent on each other. That's why I mentioned that algae is actually at the focal point of this nexus. I try to bring the topics that we will be discussing in this event. So starting with the energy, again, this is not the full list, of course, but the algae for the energy sector, the biggest contribution is probably the carbon capture and utilization. We can provide more flue gas remediation. We can treat heavy CO2 emitting industries and convert it into something utilized as a replacement for fossil fuels. Algae is still as strong, although there are a lot of scaling up issues with the biofuels. Algae still generates a lot of lipids, and there's a strong contribution for the liquid fuels, biodiesel and sustainable aviation fuel in particular, because although the transition to small electrical vehicles have been more progressing rapidly, the heavy-duty vehicles, maritime sector, and also the civic aviation sector still require liquid biofuels. And based on their projections, it will be a high demand till 2050 in order to achieve a carbon-neutral Europe. Algae does help anaerobic digestion processes, both from the treatment side and also upgrading of the biogas. The CO2 component of the biogas can be captured by algae, and you can get higher quality biogas as well. As we know, we will be hearing about biohydrogen studies. Algae, although the efficiencies and yields are still low, there are quite strong research agenda items on biohydrogen. Algae are the prime organisms which can truly, as a green hydrogen, break water through photobiolysis. So we will be hearing a few talks about those. On the water side, you will be hearing topics on domestic and industrial wastewater treatment, where algae can again help a lot, including some heavy metals, strong contaminants that are hard to treat. You will be also seeing presentations on nutrient recovery, which also helps decrease eutrophication stress on our aquatic systems. On the food side, as you know, algae contributes a lot to functional foods, nutraceuticals, and also natural and bioactive food colorants as natural, highly antioxidant bioactive compounds. You will be seeing some presentations on this. And also on the agricultural side, which is directly correlated with the food system, you will be hearing talks on usage of animal feed and also aquaculture feed. biofertilizers, and also biostimulants. With that, in connection to, I will not go through the whole slide, but I wanted to address two global platforms, one at the international level, UN Sustainable Development Goals. This is a heavy list. We will be seeing this. This is something that you're familiar with, but it actually makes me proud that we have worked with algal biomass, which can address all 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. Very similarly, independent project, which you will hear a lot in this conference as well. It has been designed to address several components of the European Green Deal. The project site, which some of you will be able to visit on Saturday, it's powered by a wind turbine. We do provide carbon dioxide capture and utilization. We do have a collaboration with the Turkish Airlines to develop sustainable aviation fuel. Project Independence supports 6 different sectors, generating sustainable products in both food, pharma, energy, agriculture, and environmental sectors. We do support a farm-to-fork agenda item by generating highly nutritious compounds and also biofertilizers. With that, I would like to again welcome you all. Thank you so much for being in here. Your presence means a lot to us. With that, again, I hope you have a great visit in Istanbul and also enjoy the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Haznedaroğlu. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Turgut Onay, Director of the Institute of Environmental Science at Boğaziçi University. The floor is yours.
Good morning, all. Welcome to Istanbul. Actually, I organized my speech today in Turkish, so after this short welcome in English, I would like to switch to Turkish. Şimdi öncelikli olaraktan Independent projesi kapsamında düzenlenen bu etkinliğe hoş geldiniz demek istiyorum. Bu bizim için burada olmanız, Berat Hoca'nın da bahsettiği gibi gerçekten çok şey ifade ediyor. Öncelikle tabii zor bir hafta yaşıyoruz, zor bir süreçteyiz. Bunu hepimiz kabul ediyoruz. Yüzyılın en büyük felaketlerinden bir tanesine denk gelmiş durumdayız. Tüm ölen vatandaşlarımıza Allah'tan rahmet diliyorum. Ailelerine sabır, aynı zamanda da yaralılara da acil şifalar dileyerekten kısa bir konuşma yapmak istiyorum. Ama Berat Hoca zaten bu birlikteliğin önemini çok güzel belirtti. Dünya değişiyor. Dünyadaki çevresel problemlerin boyutu da değişiyor. En başta nüfus artışı ve nüfus artışına bağlı olaraktan sanayileşme, kaynakların aşırı tüketimi ve aşırı tüketilen kaynakların ölçüsünde yerine kaynaklarımızın koruyamamamız ve kaynak kirliliğinin de maalesef ön plana çıkmasıyla artık ekosistem içerisindeki tahribatlar tüm boyutlarıyla en başta konuşmuş olduğumuz küresel iklim değişikliğini tetikleyen en büyük etkenler. Dolayısıyla artık en başta düşmanımız yapılan tüm bu çalışmaların sonucu IPCC toplantılarında da belirtildiği gibi tamamıyla bir iklim değişikliği mücadelesine dönüşmüş durumda. Tüm çabalar artık bu ölçüde buna bağlı olaraktan tüm taraftan devam ediyor. Dolayısıyla artık yeni bir çevre yönetim sistemi anlayışı getirmek zorundayız. Konvansiyonel sistemlerle şu ana kadar denenmiş model ve yönetim alternatifleriyle maalesef bunların üstesinden gelemiyoruz. Ve tüm dünyanın özellikle bu panellerde de konuşulduğu gibi her ülkenin kendine düşeni yapması ve bu taşı eline mutlaka bu taşın altına sokması gerekiyor. Artık tüm çevresel problemlerin global ölçekte, küresel ölçekte olduğunu hepimiz kabul ediyoruz. Dolayısıyla sürdürülebilir çevresel yönetim modellerinin ortaya konması gerekiyor. İşte bu Independent projesi kapsamında gerçekten siz değerli araştırıcılar ve paydaşların buluşmuş olduğu bu proje bu açıdan çok çok önemli. Çünkü tamamen inovatif, yeni çevresel yönetim sistemlerine damga vurabilecek, ses getirebilecek bir arayış içerisinde olduğunuzu gayet büyük bir memnuniyetle görüyorum. Ve bu da gerçekten ilerisi için çevresel umutların yeşermesi için çok önemli bir adım. Öncelikle sizleri tebrik ediyorum. Gerçekten bu konuda güzel bir işbirliği ve umarım bu işbirliği önümüzdeki süreçlerde yeni projelerle, yeni networklerle giderek büyüyerekten devam edecektir. Bu proje bünyesi içerisinde teknik gezide göreceğiniz Boğaziçi Üniversitesi Kilyos Sarıtepe kampüsünde gerçekten çok üniversitemizin göz bebeği ve çok beğendiğimiz lokomotif birimlerden bir tanesi olan InBioTab bulunuyor. Burası tamamen mikroyosun araştırma birimi. Bu birim içerisinde biraz evvel yine Berat Hoca'nın bahsettiği sektörlerde ki bu gerçekten bu yeşil mikroskobik canlılar, algi, bu bizim için çok önemli ve değerli bir mikroorganizma, bir yaşam birimi. Çünkü değmediği yer yok. Gıdadan, tarımdan, sağlıktan, gübreden, enerjiden, su kirliliğinin arıtılmasından, hayvan yeminden, saymadığım, atladığım bazı şeyler varsa zaten bunları sizler tartışacaksınız. Dolayısıyla bu sektörlere destek verebilecek, onlarla beraber yeni projeler geliştirebilecek çok önemli bir merkez, çok önemli bir birim. Dolayısıyla tekrardan Berat Hoca'ya bu aktiviteleri için, bu çalışmaları için buradan teşekkür etmek istiyorum birimim adına. Lafı çok uzatmak istemiyorum. Yol uzun. Umarım verimli bir hafta olur, verimli bir çalışma olur sizin için 2 gün içerisinde teknik geziyle kataraktan. Tekrardan başarılar diliyorum. Hoş geldiniz.
Thank you, Professor Ömer, for your contribution. Dear guests, now, as you know, in our program schedule, Ms. Stocheva will be here, but because of an emergency situation, she won't be able to come here. And then I'll continue with the last opening remarks coming from Mr. Alperen Sarkaya, Head of the European Union Financial Programs Department at the Turkish Ministry of Industry and Technology. Mr. Sarkaya, floor is yours.
Çok teşekkür ederim, çok sağ olun. Öncelikle gerçekten zor bir dönem geçiriyoruz. Büyük bir felaket yaşadık.
Alperen Bey, bir saniyenizi rica edelim sesinizi ve görüntünüzü
Tamam.
ayarlayıncaya kadar.
Tamam, tabii ki Berat.
Bir saniyenizi rica ederim. Biraz sesi alabilirsek eğer Zoom'dan
Hı hı.
biraz daha yüksek.
Duyabiliyor musunuz?
Bir saniyenizi rica edelim Alperen Bey.
Tamam, ben
Tamam,
sizi bekliyorum.
gayet iyi.
Tamam.
Sizi dinlemeye hazırız. Çok teşekkürler.
Ben teşekkür ederim. Öncelikle herkese selamlar. Hoş geldiniz konferansımıza demek isterim. Zor bir hafta yaşıyoruz, zor bir dönem yaşıyoruz. Çok fazla vefat eden var. Rabbimden hepsine rahmet diliyorum. Ailelerine, yakınlarına sabır niyaz ediyorum. İnşallah yaralılar da en kısa zamanda şifalarına kavuşurlar diye temenni ediyorum. Avrupa Birliği ve ülkemiz eş finansmanı ile bakanlığımız olarak yürütmekte olduğumuz rekabet sektörler programımız kapsamında desteklenen projelerimizden bir tanesi biyoekonomi odaklı kalkınma için entegre biyorafineri konsepti projemiz kapsamında düzenlenen konferansımıza hepiniz hoş geldiniz demek istiyorum. Tabii konusu itibariyle sürdürülebilir kalkınma için yenilikçi yaklaşımlar ortaya koyan projemizdeki çalışmaların bu konferans vesilesiyle de hem insanlık için daha önemli sonuç ve etkiler doğurmasını diliyorum ve hepinize bu sözlerle saygıyla selamlıyorum. Efendim, öncelikle sizlere bugün burada bulunmamıza vesile olan projemizde kapsayan 2007 yılından bu yana bakanlık olarak Avrupa Birliği ve ülkemiz arasındaki mali işbirliği çerçevesinde yürütmekte olduğumuz rekabet sektörler programımız hakkında çok kısa bilgi vermek isterim. Programımızın 2018 yılında nihayete eren birinci döneminde milli geliri Türkiye ortalamasının %75'inin altında kalan 43 ülkede uyguladığımız 46 projeyle ve 500 milyon avro bütçeyle bölgesel rekabet edebilirlik operasyon programını hayata geçirdik. Bu dönem içerisinde 10 adet iş geliştirme merkezi inşa ettik ve bunları işlevsel hale getirdik. KOBİ'lerin ortak kullanımına yönelik olarak 9 tane tesis, 3 lisanslı depo, 1 lojistik merkezi kurduk. 8 tane Algae ve inovasyona yönelik olarak yine ortak kullanım merkezleri kurduk. Bunlardan binlerce KOBİ'nin yararlanmasını, yüzlerce KOBİ'nin burada faaliyette bulunmasını ve aynı zamanda yüzlerce Ar-Ge istihdamı yaratılmasını sağlamış olduk. 2025 yılı sonuna kadar devam edecek programımızın yeni döneminde ise rekabetçilik ve yenilik operasyon programını hayata geçiriyoruz. Bu kapsamda da 260 milyon avro bütçemizi bütün Türkiye'de ilgili projelerin kullanımına tahsis etmiş durumdayız. Bu kapsamda 42 tane projemiz var ve bu projeleri İnşallah en yakın dönemde tümünü uygulama aşamasına geçirmek için tüm gücümüzle çalışmalarımızı sürdürüyoruz. Bu kapsamda da araştırma geliştirme, dijital, yeşil dönüşüm, yaratıcı endüstriler, teknoloji transferi konularına daha fazla odaklanıyoruz. Ve KOBİ girişimcilerimizin daha yeşil, daha teknoloji zengini, daha verimli, daha kapsayıcı, daha yaratıcı ve rekabetçi bir ekosistemin parçası olmalarını sağlamak için elimizden geleni yapıyoruz. Efendim bugün bu araya gelmemize vesile olan ve programımız altında 6 milyon avroluk bir bütçeyle desteklenen Avrupa'nın ilk ve tek karbon negatif biyorafinerisi olan biyoekonomi odaklı kalkınma için entegre biyorafineri konseptli projesi programımız kapsamında Ar-Ge, yenilik ve yeşil dönüşüm odaklı çok önemli projelerimizden bir tanesi. Sadece ülkemizde değil, uluslararası alanda da projemiz yakın bir şekilde takip ediliyor ve projemiz enerji, sağlık, gıda ve tarım alanlarında önemli sonuçlar ortaya çıkaracak faaliyetler yürütüyor. Projemiz kapsamındaki bu faaliyetlerin başta KOBİ'ler olmak üzere işletmeler aracılığıyla fayda dönüşmesini, buradaki altyapının yine KOBİ'ler başta olmak üzere işletmeler tarafından kullanılabilmesini temenni ediyoruz. Tabii ki programın bütün amacı KOBİ'ler ve işletmeler tarafından oluşturduğumuz projelerin kullanılması. Independent projemiz ile yenilikçi, çevre dostu, yüksek katma değerli ürün ve teknolojilerin geliştirilmesini amaçlıyoruz. Tabii aynı zamanda bilhassa yeşil dönüşüm sektörlerinde faaliyet gösteren KOBİ ve girişimcilerimizin yosun biyoteknolojileri alanında yatırım yapmalarını sağlamak, uluslararası rekabet güçlerini artırmak projemizin en önemli hedefleri arasında yer alıyor. Efendim sözü uzatmadan sözlerime son verirken Avrupa Birliği Türkiye Mali İşbirliği ile gerçekleştirdiğimiz bu programın ve projemizin hayata geçmesine başarılı olmasında başta Sayın Bakanımız olmak üzere birlikte çalıştığımız çalışma arkadaşlarıma, Avrupa Birliği Türkiye Delegasyonu'na, proje faydalanıcısı olan Boğaziçi Üniversitesi ve Boğaziçi Teknopark'a ayrı ayrı teşekkür ediyorum. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Yeniden hoş geldiniz diyorum. Başarılı bir konferans geçmesini temenni ediyorum. Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkaya, for your contribution. Now we will have a break, but just before break, I would like to share with you our independent project introduction video. Okay, sorry for your distribution. We will have a 10-minute coffee break. Neden gelmiyor? Açılmadı.
Oldu da. O yüzden ara veremedim. Ses niye yok?
Zoom'da mı çıkış? O yüzden olabilir mi?
Dear guest, we appreciate for your understanding about our technical issue. Now, I would like to share our introduction video for those who won't be able to attend our technical visits.
Boğaziçi Üniversitesi ve Bün Teknopark ortaklığında yürütülen biyoekonomi odaklı kalkınma için entegre biyorafineri konsepti projesi Independent çalışmalarına başladı. Tamamen rüzgar enerjisi destekli tesis, Avrupa'nın ilk karbon negatif entegre biyorafinerisi olma özelliğini taşıyor. Avrupa Birliği ve Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Sanayi ve Teknoloji Bakanlığı tarafından toplam 6 milyon avro yatırımla hayata geçirilen Independent projesi, rekabetçi sektörler programı altında desteklenmekte. Proje kapsamında kurulan Ar-Ge biriminde geniş bir alg kültür koleksiyonu bulunmakta olup, biyoyakıt ve diğer katma değerli ürün analizleri, tek hücre çalışmaları, moleküler ve hücresel görüntüleme, genomik, transkriptomik, metabolomik ve proteomik analizler ve analitik karakterizasyon çalışmaları yapılmaktadır. Independent projesiyle enerji, gıda, sağlık, çevre, tarım ve hayvancılık sektörlerinde faaliyet gösteren KOBİ'lere Ar-Ge danışmanlığı, yenilikçi ürün ve teknoloji transferi, test analiz hizmetleri verilmekte olup, ilgili sektörlerden bu alanda yatırım yapmayı planlayan firmaların yüksek başlangıç maliyetlerine girmeden üretimlerine başlamaları hedeflenmektedir. Tesisin büyük hacimli havuzlarında yetiştirilen mikroyosunlardan organik biyogübre, büyükbaş küçükbaş hayvan ve akvakultür yem uygulamaları geliştirilirken, enerji sektörüne yönelik olarak biyodizel, biyojet yakıtı ve petrol ürünlerine alternatif biyolojik yakıtlar geliştirilmektedir. Tesisin Ar-Ge serası bölümünde bulunan özel cam reaktörlerde yetiştirilen mikroyosunlardan ise fonksiyonel gıda ürünleri ve farmasötik özellik gösteren biyoaktif bileşenler geliştirilmektedir. Ar-Ge çalışmalarını endüstriyel ölçeğe aktarabilen Independent projesi, mikroyosun alanında tecrübeli ekibiyle birlikte hedef sektör paydaşlarına sunduğu eğitim ve hizmet destekleriyle yeni yatırım imkanlarını teşvik ederek lokomotif sektörlerin gelişimine ve uluslararası rekabet gücüne katkı sağlamaya devam edecektir.
Thank you for your interest. Now we start the keynote session. In the first part, Mr. Vitor, Ms. Yay, Ms. Yıldırım will be on the stage. Before our first speaker, Mr. Vitor, I would like to share a few notes about him. Mr. Vitor is the general manager of the European Algae Biomass Association and visiting professor in Católica Porto Business School and School of Art in Catholic University in Porto. He is also co-founder and board member of the Algae for Future, an international reference company in the sector of macro and microalgae technologies and bioengineering. Vitor is a mentor of several companies that he also co-founded with partners in different sectors. He started his first microalgae biotechnology company, Nectin, March 1989, which is now an European leader in the production and sale traditional sea salt and fluidocell, as well as the production and microalgae for aquaculture and cosmetics. Between 2000 and 2050, Vitor was involved in the management of SpinLogic, an entrepreneurship program and business incubator from the College of Biotechnology in the Catholic University in Porto, where he followed to support more than 200 startup projects. He designed, promoted, and participated in more than 60 research and development projects along the last 30 years. Since the year FP4 and interacted with more than 215 organizations in Europe. He is author and the co-author of more than 50 publications in a wide range of topics. I invite him to the stage to give his speech titled State of Art Review for Current Industry Status and Market Application for Micro and Macroalgae. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Even if we have very difficult circumstances that you all know, but it's my pleasure to make this presentation. And first of all, I would like to thank to the organization for inviting me. My task is very large, so I will speak about a wide range of topics, from the industry status to the market applications. And finally, I will speak a little bit about regulation and the future products. So covering all these topics will take some time, so I start to ask you some patience because I need to go very fast because I have many slides. So first of all, it is important to tell you what is our understanding, that is global understanding about what are algae. And algae are in two big domains, the prokaryotes and eukaryotes, and cover 4 of the 7 recognized phylum that exist at the moment, kingdoms that exist at the moment in many different phylum. So algae is not a scientific name. Algae is not a taxonomic name. It's a global name that includes a wide range of organisms. So it's very important to have this into account and consider that not all algae are photosynthetic, but most of them are. And they are a common name that groups all of these organisms. So said this, let's go to speak about the industry status. So when we speak about industry status, we need to understand that there are 2 main groups of algae in the world. There are the microalgae, also called seaweeds, and the microalgae, very small organisms. The microalgae can be as small as 1 micro or even smaller, and the seaweed can be as large as 40 meters. So kelp reaches 40 meters long. So very large organisms to very small organisms. So the industry applications are very wide, and let's go through all of them in a short way. So first, it is important to understand what are the production platforms. Where do we grow these algae? I hope that in the end you have a global idea about all of these. So platforms. For the macroalgae or seaweed, we have 3 main platforms. We can grow them in the ocean, we can grow them in lakes, or in ponds. So let's see some examples of each of these platforms. First of all, growing the seaweed or macroalgae in the ocean. Here we have an example in China. So you see that there are hundreds of hectares where floating devices are growing the macroalgae. And further on, I will say always macroalgae and microalgae. I will not say seaweed. So here we see in more detail in other places, not only China, but here we see in Zanzibar or in coast of Africa, in the Asian countries. So you see that to grow the algae, we need also shallow waters, not very deep, where workers can be. And this picture is very important to tell you that the algae, seaweed, contribute, as Berat mentioned, very, very much for sustainability in the social level. So they provide jobs for a large number of people. Here we see again, also in Africa, in coast of Africa, many seaweed production. Here we go back to Asia. So this is in South Korea. So again, thousands of these small floating devices that cover hundreds of hectares and produce thousands or hundreds of thousands of tons of macroalgae. But we can also grow these macroalgae in ponds. And these are some examples. Here we see Acadian sea plants in Canada. You see also Sicura in Israel, Alga in Portugal, and another company, I don't recall the name, in South Africa. So we have the possibility to grow in ponds, and this is a growing trend to grow the macroalgae in ponds. The reason is because we can control the culture conditions and the reproduction cycle. Here, we can also harvest these macroalgae that grow in the ocean. We can harvest and take them from the ocean. They go with the tides to the shores, and we can, and this is the most relevant in Europe. It's to collect the algae that come to the shores, especially in the coast of Brittany in France, which is the opposite as what they do in China and Indonesia and Philippines. That is, they grow them in the ocean. In Europe, mostly they grow and they are harvested near shore. But we can also have, here we see some other collection of algae, in this case in the Caribbean region, where they also collect sargassum that arrives in the region. So there are many places in the world where they do that. So, but going now to the microalgae. Let's see the microalgae growing platforms that are, as you can imagine, very different. We changed from very large macroscopic things algae that we can see to some algae that we cannot see in detail. We can see in aggregated form. Here, the situation is much more complex because we can grow also in the ocean, but there are no production, industrial production in the ocean, even if we can grow there in the ocean. There's some production in lakes, in ponds, in photobioreactors, in fermenters, and in lab scale. So here there are more possibilities for technology. The examples of growing algae in the ocean, it's mostly research, still no production, because it requires that to have some plastic bags where the microalgae are inside, and then these floating plastic bags are put in the ocean. So all the projects so far to scale up microalgae production in the ocean failed. And they are only research projects. The reason is quite obvious. So here you see some pictures. In the bottom right, you see one in Korea, in South Korea, where you see more plastic than algae. The big structures where they are trying to have this plastic growing is a prototype, but it's very difficult to have this kind of structures, and then the weather conditions and so on. So research only. This platform is possible, but for research only at the moment. Then we have the possibility to grow to these microalgae in lakes. There are many lakes. For example, for Arthrospira, spirulina algae, microalgae, we see blooms that exist in the alkaline lakes all over the world, and they are collected there. Here we have some examples in the right. The oldest production still going on during the last at least 300 years. It's in Chad, in the region of Chad. There is a lake, Lake Chad, where the tribe there harvests every day, every season. They harvest spirulina, and they make dihe, that is a product that they dry and they eat. And this is currently, I would stop a little bit in this example, because it's the lowest algae, lowest cost algae that exists in the world. So they sell 1 kilogram of spirulina for $0.8 US. So it is extremely low price. But of course, it is not ethical to go there and buy the 80 tons that they produce, because this is the main source of protein for the food. They sell this in the market as a food product, and it is the main source of protein. So this is just to say that the cost of production depends on where you do it and how you do it. So it's possible to do as low as this. And also much higher prices. So, and then there are many lakes. Here in the left side, we have the famous Dunaliella lakes, where the Dunaliella grows naturally in Australia, that are now owned by BASF. And we have Kalmas company in Oregon, so where they grow, they harvest algae that grow naturally there, Aphanisomum, cyanobacteria, Aphanisomum and Flozaco. So this algae can grow in many different places. Lakes are a good example. Here again, some lakes, in this case in Myanmar, where algae grow, in this case spirulina blooms grow. They grow and take them and harvest them. And as you see in the bottom left, there are some ponds. They take the algae to the ponds and they have the final growing in the ponds. So the blooms exist in the lakes. It's extremely thick. You see in this picture in the right is a spirulina bloom. It's really thick. But we can also grow this in raceway ponds. So these are some examples of raceway ponds that exist all over the world. So in the top right, we see Cyanotech in Hawaii. In the bottom left, we see LEI in the United States. Then Tolo Green in the bottom right, you see in Italy. So many places, many regions in the world. This DIC is in China, in Hainan Island. So very large facilities in ponds, in raceways can be deployed, and they already exist in a commercial scale. Then let's go for the photobioreactors. Here you have some of the largest photobioreactors. More or less photobioreactors that can be indoors, like this one from Yemoji in Israel. There are similar ones in Iceland, all over the world for aquaculture. In bottom left, we have all microalgae that is the largest in Europe. It's 1,300 cubic meters, very large. Then we have some others in the rest of Europe, in Germany, Algamo in Czech Republic, Niletra de Madeira in the island of Porto Santo in Portugal, 800 cubic meters. So a wide range of possibilities for scale up in photobioreactors. That's called BGG. It's the largest in the world. It is 13,000 cubic meters. So 1,300,000 cubic meters. It's huge. It's in China. So it's possible to scale up to very large scale glass photobioreactors, like the one you have here in Turkey. Sorry, I passed. Then we can, another platform, it's to grow the algae in fermenters. Here we have some examples. These fermenters, the largest company is DSM from the Netherlands, but they have production facilities in the United States and all over the world. Then we have also large production in fermenters in Japan, in China, of course. All over the world we have this fermentation based. This is mostly for chlorella. Chlorella is the autotrophic algae that grows very well also in heterotrophic conditions, so it's the largest production. But at the moment, the main production is Schizochytrium for the production of DHA to extract omega-3 fatty acids. Then there are some examples of lab-scale production facilities. These lab-scale production facilities are very important because it's a new possibility for business. There are many products that can be viable in small scale. I mentioned, for example, some toxins where the world market is half a kilogram. So, and they can be produced in these facilities. The lab-scale photobioreactors are also very important as inoculation devices for larger photobioreactors or ponds. So these are also a relevant platform. But now I showed you some examples of all these facilities. Let me take some water, thank you. Going now to the global production. I will show you some market information. Let's see what this means in terms of products and what is the size of the market. So first, it is important to tell you that there are only 3 types of products from algae. One is that algae is a paste, sometimes live algae. Then there is what we call algae biomass can be also dried. This applies both to microalgae and to macroalgae. And then there are extracts that we can obtain from the algae. So the value depends on where we are in the value chain. So we can have these 3 types of products. And I will show you further on some examples and some applications. But first, let's see about the size of the market. The market is very complex, the market for algae. And because of this, we asked to a company, Meticulous Research, that does market research, to check and verify our numbers. There are numbers from FAO, numbers from Eurostat, numbers from American statistical organizations, numbers from... Everybody has numbers, but numbers are not accurate, and they cannot be accurate. Unfortunately, there are some big difficulties. I will show you about the numbers. But here we can see the numbers, the global numbers by sectors, where you can see microalgae that are autotrophically produced, heterotrophic, and macroalgae. So we see the quantity, the value in the production, the value in when they are processed, and the value at the consumer level. You will have copies of these, so you can see this in detail later, but what I wanted to show you here is that value depends on many things. For example, very often, macroalgae all the statistical information are wet weight, means that they are not dried, they are wet. So as they have 80% or more water, of course, the numbers are much, much higher. And it's not reasonable to compare that with the microalgae numbers that are always dried. They are dry weights. But you can dry the algae in many different ways. The companies, for example, sometimes consider ash-free dry weight, and other times they don't consider ash-free. And this represents between about 15% more. So the numbers are very difficult, and unfortunately, there are not many standards in place. So numbers can change a lot, and it's very difficult to compare them because they have different ways of measuring how they are dried. So I go on, but I hope I gave you the problem of calculating the numbers. So we asked the ABA, we asked an independent organization to check the numbers and compare all our numbers with FAO, with Eurostat, with all the numbers, so that these numbers are the result of this comparison and of analysis, external analysis. So it is not easy, but the idea is to give an order of magnitude. It's not to provide precise numbers because they are not possible. So the margin of error here is 20% at least. But it's better to have an idea about size than have no idea. So we also have here some numbers that show what are the macroalgae produced in Europe and in the world. And we see the quantities, and we can check that we in Europe produce and harvest different macroalgae from what is produced in Asia. So when we want to eat sushi, we import Pyropia, an algae from Asia that doesn't exist in Europe, or it doesn't exist commercially. It's possible to grow it, but we don't grow it. So this is the situation. So going further, let's see in more detail now about the macroalgae, how they look like, how these macroalgae look like. So here we can see the macroalgae that we harvest from wild stocks in Europe, in the beach, in the ocean shore. the macroalgae that we cultivate in Europe, there we cultivate it in ponds or in ropes near the shore. And then we see the macroalgae that are cultivated all around the world. And we see that there are different species. Sometimes they are common, but most of them, they are different. So this is how it looks like. And there is a wide variety of species. Unfortunately, at the moment, the number of species that are cultured is limited because of the novel food requirements. So to be considered as safe food, they have to pass to the novel food requirements, and there is a bottleneck here. Now let's go to see the microalgae, how they look like. So these ones can be very, very, very large, meter size. Oops. Oops, too much. I have some problems here. So now let's see the images of the algae, microalgae. So in the microalgae, we have the autotrophically produced, also produced in Europe, for example, and the heterotrophically produced in fermenters. So we can see how they look like. So you see that these algae can be unicellular or they can be filamentous, but they are always very small, size of micro size, so we cannot see them easily in a macroscopic way. So going to the market applications. Usually there is a global consensus that there are 8 main market applications for algae. For food, for feed, for health applications that include nutraceuticals, for cosmetics, for fuels, for soil, agriculture applications, for wastewater treatment, and for chemicals. These are the main 8 applications. And these main 8 applications exist for microalgae and for macroalgae. This is the interesting part where the two meet together. They are very different in size, but in the end, in what relates to applications, they meet together. So they have common applications, and as we will see. So here is a picture that shows how they meet together. In the left side, you have macroalgae and microalgae, and then we see that they provide different kinds of applications. So it is important to work together if we see the algae from the perspective of the applications. In the research and production, they are different, very different, but in the applications, there are many common applications. These applications translate into products, and this is my favorite picture because it summarizes everything about the algae sector. It shows that there are products that range from fuels to pharmaceuticals, with everything in between: nutraceuticals, soil applications for agriculture, feeds, cosmetics. So this is why it is important, the pipeline of algae. Algae are very relevant because, as Berat mentioned, they meet all the sustainability goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. So 17, all of them, some in more extent, some less extent, they are relevant, and also they are relevant in products for many applications. That's why algae are so important and why should be in the pipeline of our research. So going to these 8 applications, I will go in some detail now to each of them. So let's see the fuel applications of algae. This is very relevant because fuel applications for algae are coming back. They had a boom about 10 years ago, algae fuels. It was not very successful. Most of the projects failed. The scale-up failed, and I will tell you a little bit why. And then they are coming back in a smarter way. So it was possible to realize that algae can be fuels, but for very specific applications, not for being the global solution for fuels in the world. So algae will not replace oil because it is not possible to produce algae in such a large extent. So it's still a small production scale. So at the moment, let's start with microalgae. There are some projects where they produce very small quantities of microalgae and add this as biofuel. There is biofuel from algae. The first example is in Japan. In Aqualia in Spain, they produce methane from the microalgae that are produced in wastewater. So this is an interesting application. Algae can be produced in the wastewater. They are very differentiated. They are mixed with bacteria, with yeasts, with everything. And then they go to anaerobic digesters to produce methane, form of energy. Then there is a company in Japan, Eugolina, that is a very large company. They produce jet fuel. And they announced it. They produce, of course, a small quantity of jet fuel from algae. Probably, we don't know exactly, but in the order of around 1%. So they add to the normal jet fuel 1% of biojet fuel. This is maybe for many people a nonsense because it's more or less irrelevant. But what they say, and they are right, it's that we start with 1%, but maybe in 2 years, 4%, 8%, and as biofuels, we will be growing every time. This is their facilities for another algae that can be used for biofuel directly. It's Botiococcus. Botiococcus is an algae that produces directly Botiocene, that is a fuel that can be used directly in the engines, in normal combustion engines. Here is an example also started with a similar reactor as what we saw a few minutes ago here. Total, the French oil company, has a small reactor like you have here in Turkey to produce microalgae, and they do the first experiments in south of France for biofuels. It's a very interesting project. They are EABA members as your university here, and they are working on this topic. This is another example from Japan. They are building small, in these green wall panels, they are building reactors for the production of mostly Botiococcus and other algae. Next one. Here is an example from India. In India, the company Reliance that already invested hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars for the different algae projects. They have one of the largest facilities, and you see the picture is recent. They have a large raceway facility for the production of algae. Of course, they realized that eventually the algae for fuels, when they produced biomass, they have a better use for it, that is for feeds. So the algae they started to produce for fuels, then they realized that there was a requirement to use it for feeds, for animal feeds. And they started to sell also for animal feeds, but they keep the research for fuels. Another one that started recently in Egypt. This project is in Egypt. They want to produce some small pond-like devices to produce also small quantities of algae that can be further on used in biofuels. This is the only example that we could find related with seaweed, macroalgae for fuels. It was a research project that turned into, it's still in evaluation about turning into a commercial project. Now let's go to briefly see the wastewater applications. Here we have some examples, raceways from usually wastewater treatment plants where microalgae are inoculated in the ponds to consume the nitrogen, nitrates and phosphates that exist there. So in the end, the biomass is not only bacteria, Here are some examples of algae not a kind of photobioreactors, open photobioreactors, algae reactors to produce algae in wastewater to increase the production. These some are located in Algae Disc in Spain, in Germany, in the United States, and the bottom two are one in France and the other in Portugal. Now let's see some more applied one, the use of algae for chemicals. So here we have one of the best examples, that is the production of algae for polylactic acid. This is in the Netherlands, close to Amsterdam, where they have some photobioreactors where they produce this polylactic acid that can be a fuel or can be a source of chemicals, several chemicals that further on can be processed from this. This also had a research project that to start. The company is Photanol. Then we have many, and this is increasing, many examples of plastics made with algae extracts. So this is a clear trend of the need of chemical applications for bioplastics. This is another one that is in a commercial scale. This is, by the way, in France with the macroalgae ulva that is transformed into bioplastics. Basically, they induce the production of starch inside of the algae and the macroalgae, and the macroalgae is incorporated in the bioplastics. Everywhere is from Indonesia, Algae is from the United States, Algopac from France. So there are many examples of bioplastics made with algae. Then we have the applications for ink. This is a very relevant application to make ink from algae. It's a bio-ink, biological origin ink, instead of a chemical origin ink. So basically they do the pyrolysis of the algae, and then you have different types of ink. Then ink is in paper ink to paint walls and so on. So there are several companies, so these already reached the industrial scale. Also to ink for clothes, for the cloth industry. It's a niche market, of course, but there is a requirement there because many people don't want to use ink clothes that have chemical inks, and some are allergic to it. And this we can have examples from macroalgae, but there are also some examples from microalgae. This is an example of paper made with algae. By the way, my business cards are made with this paper, Palvini Cartieri. They are algae paper. So if you want to see them, just speak with me later, I'll show you. So algae can be used for paper. Of course, this is not 100% paper with algae. So algae are incorporated in the process. It's just typically the incorporation of algae in this kind of products is 5 to 10%. Now let's see the applications for agriculture. This is extremely interesting, the application of algae for agriculture, because also increases the circularity. There is a wide range of products. Typically, these algae, they can be either microalgae or macroalgae. So here are some examples of microalgae. They are hydrolyzed and used as biostimulants in agriculture, and they have a very relevant role in the sector. So the current market size is about 30 million euros, which is already interesting. It's a growing market, and the good thing about this is that the microalgae to be used are very relevant, but they are hydrolyzed, so with enzymes and with chemicals. So here are some examples. First we saw the microalgae, now we can see the macroalgae. Macroalgae are, since a long time, used as fertilizers in soils, but what happened in the recent years was that technology came, and not just the raw dried algae was used in the soil, but the processed algae. So again, hydrolyzed algae as biostimulants is taking over. So for many crops, biostimulants are made with microalgae, and this is one sector where Europe is very strong. Here you have some examples of the products that are already in the market to show you that this is a reality. So microalgae for agriculture applications and macroalgae for agriculture applications are really there. There are many products. Now let's go to the feeds. It's a very important area where the algae can also be relevant. Let's see examples for microalgae for ornamental fish feeds. Traditionally, microalgae like spirulina, chlorella, and the Haematococcus have been used for ornamental fish to provide the colors and to provide nutrition. If you have an aquarium, you will see that if you go to see in detail about the feeds that you put in the aquarium, most of the times they have there written spirulina, that is Arthrospira, one of the main algae used for this. And this is high value application. Then we have also the use of microalgae for aquaculture, aquaculture applications. You can have in the form of paste or live algae that are used for the hatcheries, for the first stages of in the hatchery. So you can see there is a wide range of products all over the world. Microalgae companies produce concentrates that later on are used for the hatcheries, for the early stages in aquaculture. And without microalgae, it would be almost impossible to have the hatchery production of some fish, not all, but some fish require algae for the early stages. They can also be frozen. The pastes can be frozen and added to this or sprayed, freeze-dried. Also for aquaculture applications. Here you have some examples, but of course the main application at the moment that is hundreds of millions of euros, it's the replacement of fish oils in the feeds. So the aquaculture feeds traditionally have and had fish oils to provide the DHA and EPA content, and now they are starting to be replaced with algae DHA. Of course, this is not yet fully, the fish oil is still the main source, fish meal and fish oil, but gradually it started to be replaced DHA by the oil origin, the DHA. So it's very relevant. This company, Veramaris, also EABA member, they are one of the main players in the world. Going to the applications for cats and dogs, this is a niche market, of course, but it's a very large, very large niche market. So everybody that has a dog or a cat at home, they need to give them feeds. They're not usually not just the same food they eat with the leftovers, but they need to provide also feeds. And some of these feeds are based in microalgae, but there are also feeds with macroalgae. So for cats and dogs, microalgae and macroalgae are an important source of feeds. Of course, I must always mention, it's not 100% algae, it's 5% or 2% or 3%, but even so, it is relevant, and it's advertised as a eco source. Another feeds for horses, for example, it's very common that horses are using algae feeds. Niche market, of course, but not all horse feeds, but some horse feeds. There is also from microalgae, you see again here how the two combine in applications. We have, for the same thing, horse feeds, we have microalgae, we have macroalgae. Again, for animal feeds, farm feeds, we can have also microalgae, and here we see for in the farm we can see several microalgae, several macroalgae. Here is microalgae, Lithoptamium to provide calcium for the feeds. Now let's go to the food. For food, microalgae can be used as food ingredients. So this is an example of Odontella that is trying to mimic the food salmon, plant-based salmon, includes Odontella because it's very rich in omega-3 fatty acids, so to provide the taste and flavor of fat. Then it can be used as for the other kinds of things, like example of ice creams. These ice creams in the bottom are made with spirulina. Popcorns, beer, pasta, everything can have the inclusion of microalgae in this. And this inclusion is typically 2%. 2% is the average number, but sometimes 3, 5%. It looks like small, but it's how this food ingredient starts. So here you see microalgae in many applications. The limit of algae in the feeds is because once you get microalgae there or macroalgae, they take over in the taste, in flavor, in the color, and take over everything. So that's why you cannot use very large quantities. So here are many examples. They can be used also in juices, fresh juices. You have many different kinds of juices that have already chlorella. Some of these are produced by Coca-Cola. It's worldwide, and it's produced by Coca-Cola, and they have spirulina that is produced in California by Earthrise. Then macroalgae, there's a wide range of products, including ice creams and all kinds of food. The colloids that are used in this food contain macroalgae. Here are some examples of macroalgae that are produced mostly in South Korea and other places that contain that are used for sushi and other applications. As food ingredients, algae can also be used for making plant-based burgers, plant-based products in general, sausages, all kinds of products with algae. Again, I will refer that this is not 100% algae. It typically 3, 5, average 2%. Some algae have very special tastes. For example, these algae dulse, when prepared in a correct way, tastes like bacon. Dulse, it's considered very interesting by the chefs in the kitchens. As food ingredients, we see a wide range of applications for burgers and other products. Now let's go to the cosmetics. In cosmetics, in this case, is microalgae. We see in green, you see the names of the species, the scientific names. So the idea is to show you how a wide variety of microalgae that are already used in cosmetics. And these are high-value applications. So a wide range of creams. Again, typically it's 1%, but this 1% takes over when used in 1-2% takes over. So microalgae, macroalgae, some of the largest cosmetic names like Biotherm and other include microalgae and macroalgae. So for cosmetic, so you see here Talgo, so brands that you know very well. So they use some small quantities of microalgae and macroalgae. I go a bit faster here because this is just examples for cosmetic. These products are usually called cosmeceuticals because they are not only cosmetics. They have some activity for enhancement of something, so they are called cosmeceuticals. Here we see the examples for macroalgae. So there is a wide range of macroalgae. You see the names of the species. So it's not 1, 2, or 3. It's a wide range of species. And now let's see the health applications. In the health applications, we have the nutraceuticals, supplements, and the pharmaceuticals. Again, what I stress here is the microalgae for food supplements. And I would like to show you here the number of species. There is a wide number of species that are used for food supplements. Some of them are not sold in Europe because they are not approved in Europe, but they are approved in the United States, and I will show in the end that the regulatory issue is different country to country. Some are only sold in Japan. For example, Nostoc is a very interesting one. It's only sold in China. but there is a wide range still that can be sold. As I mentioned in the beginning, you can have the dried algae directly in the products, but you can also have extracts. You can extract compounds, specific compounds, like these ones, phycocyanin, chlorella growth factor, EPA, superoxide dismutase, beta-glucans, DHA. So there is a wide range of extracts that can be made from in this case, from microalgae. And then they give rise to many products. This is just an example of the variety of products that exist from one algae, spirulina, Arthrospira. Only this gives rise to many products. So another one is chlorella. Both are widely approved as food. So they are easy. So you see chlorella, many products in different formats. Dunaliella, the same. Also a wide range of food supplements from the same algae. The same algae, depending on the quantity, there's a wide range. And the Haematococcus also. There is a wide range of products. Then you have the algae and something else. In this case, for example, the Haematococcus and vitamin E, collagen, other carotenoids, olive oil. So it's a wide variety. And then here it's one of the most shocking slides. So this slide is shocking. I will stop a few seconds here because it's a shocking one. So one of the extracts that we can obtain from Haematococcus is astaxanthin. It's the highest value extract in the world of microalgae. So it's the main business of extracts in the algae-related extract. So, but what is interesting here is to see that in the market we have products that go from 1 milligram of astaxanthin per pill to 24 milligrams of astaxanthin per pill. And EFSA says that should be 4 milligrams per pill. FDA says it can be, how much? 12 milligrams per pill. So a wide range of regulatory agencies say different things, but in the end, the market, you have between 1 and 24. Of course, this is not dangerous to have 24 when the recommended dose is 12 or 4, because maybe you are not taking the pill every day. You take one per week, for example. So the market has different ways of dealing with this. But this is just to show you how the wide variety of applications and how the applications translate into products, okay? So going on, this is the most expensive microalgae used for pharmaceuticals. So one flask, 575 euros, really expensive. So I brought this just a curiosity. It's not only algae, but it's the algae-based product, more expensive one, just to show you that it can go from 2 or 3 euros per flask to 500 euros per flask. So in the algae sector, the variety is not only, diversity is not only in the species, but also in the products, the final applications. Okay. This is going now to the macroalgae. So in the macroalgae, it happens exactly the same thing as we saw in microalgae. So as I mentioned before, this is where they bring together. The applications are more or less the same. So in the both worlds join together. So here you see different species, different applications. One of the largest applications for macroalgae is related with calcium. There is a Leptoptanium that is an algae, a seaweed macroalgae that is a preferred source of bioavailable calcium. The potential is enormous. Macroalgae applications are also incredible. Here you see that there are macroalgae that can be used for wound dressing, drug delivery, tissue engineering, so a wide range. And now, algae for pharmaceuticals. There are very few, unfortunately, pharmaceutical applications. The different thing is that to be a pharmaceutical, you need to address some pain, some issue that you are going to cure, something. So in this case, carrageenans are used. Algovir is one of the few products exists on sale in Europe, and this other one, oligomanan, it's very interesting because it's one of the few products that exists for Alzheimer. So it was already approved in China, and is being researched also. So oligomanans from algae, from seaweed, from microalgae for Alzheimer, this is an interesting product. And carrageenan, it's an antiviral also from algae. More applications from the alginates are used already since many years from macroalgae for pharmaceutical applications. In this case, for the gastrointestinal esophageal reflux disease. So pharmaceutical application from macroalgae. And now I'm almost finishing. So I will have a slide about regulatory. There are two main regulatory organizations in the Western world. It's the FDA in the United States and EFSA in Europe. Of course, there is another one that is even bigger, that is in China. But Chinese are following now the EFSA rules. And what I wanted to show you is that at the moment, the two organizations, FDA and EFSA, haven't the same approvals. So what we are doing in EABA, the European Algae Biomass Association, is to try to get from EFSA. This will take years. We started already 2 years ago. It will take years to have some kind of a recognition in Europe of the things that are already approved by FDA, so that the FDA approved products can be sold in Europe, because at the moment only if they are approved by EFSA. So this is you see the number of species that are approved in United States are not the same as in Europe, and this is a constraint for the development of the sector. No, so just now to finish. Future products. I have a selection of things that I believe are the most interesting future products. So this is very interesting. One of the future products, in my opinion, is fresh spirulina. So fresh spirulina is one of the future products that people should engage, because it is not reasonable to spend so much money in drying. So when you dry, then when you are going to eat, you need to add water, because you don't eat dried things, powder, spirulina, for example, for food. So foods with fresh spirulina that is not dried, so you can reduce a lot the cost. It is a very interesting product. Another one is this biogenic cement. So it is important to invest in biogenic cement, so we can make cement incorporating some specific algae called coccolithophores that can be used in cement and reduce the carbon emissions. So to make a more biocement. Another algae application is for cellular agriculture. So algae will be used in the future for making culture media, and there is a company here in Turkey doing that. Culture media for growing animal cells and cellular agriculture. Then there is a trend for clinical trials. So in the future, it's not only enough that an algae extract is approved as safe for food, but there are clinical trials that show what is the application, what is the relevance of that. Then some other applications, like the use of seaweed for seasoning. When you take some seaweed and use them as a covering for food, you transmit the taste of the seaweed to the food, and this is an interesting application. There are also applications from toxins. This is one of my favorite examples, neosaxitoxin. The world market is maybe 1 kilogram. It's used in micrograms, but is a pain reliever, and it's a very important product. Then there are many applications for, in this case, for macroalgae, for reduction of methane emission in cow feeds. So these macroalgae, Asparagopsis taxiformis and the Asparagopsis armata are being searched all over the world. There are about 20 companies working on this so that we can include these macroalgae in the feeds in a very small quantity, less than 2%, reduces the methane emissions by cows in 80%. So this is a high impact application. So there are some examples of companies. Finally, my favorite thing is I believe that in the future there will be algae boutique where we can buy all kinds of algae products, from clothes to cosmetics for everything. So this is the last product that I think it's a great thing if someone creates a franchising for an algae boutique that sells all kinds of products. And that's all. I'm sorry that I took a little bit longer.
Thank you for your lovely presentation and contribution. If you ask any question, you can ask right now, but just 2 questions. Yeah, just 2 questions. Also, just want to remind you, you will also have a chance to ask your question during poster presentation. Do you have any question? Okay, then we can continue. Thank you for your contribution again. Then now, I would like to invite Ms. Cansu Yait from Gebze Technical University to the stage to give her speech titled Fermented Microalgae Changing Bioactive Properties and Sensory Characteristics.
Nasıl bulunacak? Good morning to all. I am Cansu Yait from Gebze Technical University Biotechnology Institute. Today I will try to talk about fermented microalgae related to results we obtained in our ongoing project, fermentation of spirina. So, I will try to first talk about the idea of the project, and then since there is a fermentation, we have to select the microorganisms, so I will try to briefly talk about this selection process. And in the third stage, I will try to talk about optimization of this fermentation. After selecting the microorganisms, you have to optimize medium and then some parameters. Then in the final stage, I will try to talk about optimization in the bioreactor level. So nowadays we are trying to switch our diets to more sustainable and plant-based alternatives. In that case, microalgae are a great source in that matter, and especially spirulina is promising in the food industry, and it's rich in the it has a rich content in terms of proteins, carbohydrates, and minerals, vitamins. So it has good content. Also, the research is increasing that claims the health benefits of spirulina, such as increasing the antioxidant level in antioxidant activity, decreasing reactive oxygen species, or causing some anti-inflammatory effect. So it has also health benefits in various systems in our body. But as for other microalgae as well, there are some limitations that hinders the addition of this microalgae to the food formulations, such as color, odor, and taste. So in order to change these properties, fermentation is a good methodology, since in fermentation we are dependent on the metabolic activity of these microorganisms, and since it has a great content, this microorganism can use spirulina as raw material and degrade the spirulina, and these compounds such as phenolic compounds, pigments, or bioactive peptides can be produced in the fermentation medium. Also, the microorganisms itself can synthesize these molecules using the content of spirulina. So in that case, to change the bioactive properties and the color and taste, fermentation is a good option. So this was the idea of our project. So in order to make these fermentations, first we have to select which microorganisms to involve in the fermentation. To do that, we use variety of microorganisms, lactic acid bacteria, some bacillus species, and mainly used 3 yeast species, which are mainly used in industry. And based on some criteria, such as microbial growth, physiochemical properties, and sensory characteristics, we selected Lactobacillus helveticus and Chloromyces marxianus. So in this part, I will try to show the selection criteria briefly. Here, this figure summarizes the selection and all fermentation process. First, we have to ensure whether we need additional carbon source or spirulina medium is capable to enhance the growth of these microorganisms on its own. So first we add additional carbon sources such as sucrose, lactose, and glucose. For the bacillus strains, additional carbon source didn't change the didn't affect the growth that much. But for the lactobacillus lactic acid bacteria, the addition of lactose enhanced the growth. So we continued fermentation for lactic acid bacteria with also addition of the lactose as an additional carbon source. Then we performed some analysis. We monitored the microbial growth in the fermentation. We checked the protein fragmentation and total soluble protein content, and also we analyzed the total amino acid and free amino acid content and volatiles, because they are important for the sensory characteristics. And in the end, we also made a sensory evaluation with the panelists. And so according to all of this, we decided the microorganisms, and I will show some results from this analysis. Here you can see the growth of these microorganisms in 48-hour fermentation, and you can see that spirulina medium was supporting the growth of microorganisms with almost 3 log increases in both lactobacillus, lactic acid bacteria, and bacillus strains. obviously, for some strains, the viable cell counts decrease in the last day of the fermentation, but for some bacillus strains, it also it maintained the viable cell counts. And here you can see the total amino acid and free amino acid profiles of this the end products. You can see you can look at the colors and think about that how varies between even within similar microorganisms. The amino acid contents were different in the fermented products. For instance, for the bacillus strain, free amino acid levels decreased, total free amino acid content, but for the essential amino acid, it increased. So in addition to that, we also checked, as I said, volatile compounds and sensory evaluation. For instance, for the bacillus strains, the bitterness was high, so we eliminated them for the further studies. And according to volatiles and total soluble protein content and all these results, we end up with using Lactobacillus helveticus microorganism for bacteria case. And for the yeast, in the selection of the yeast, we followed a similar strategy. First, we check if we need additional carbon source, and then made this physiochemical analysis and sensor properties. Here, again, you can see the viable cell counts, and you can see that spirina medium for the yeast, the additional carbon source were not significantly affecting the growth of the micro yeast species, so there were no additional carbon source, and spirina on its own was able to support the growth of these microorganisms. And here, this time I added the sensory characteristics of these fermented egg products. You can see that seaweed is quite high in the unfermented case, but with the fermentation, the seaweed score is decreasing significantly for all yeast species, and for other flavor. Each species has distinctive flavors. For instance, rose was quite high in the Chloromyces marxianus. So according to all these results, we used the Chloromyces marxianus for the optimization stage. And after, as I said, when we decided our microorganisms, this time we had to optimize the medium of the fermentation, in that case spirina. So we had to optimize the concentration of spirina in the medium and fermentation time. So we used central composite design to set up various experiments and decide this optimum time and concentration. And in that case, we used the monoculture of this Lactobacillus helveticus and Chloromyces marxianus, as well as their mixed culture, because in literature there was knowledge that says combination of different cultures may increase the proteolytic activity of the algal proteins. So we also checked made a fermentation that includes both this culture. And also, in addition to the the analysis we done in the first stage, we also performed some bioactivity assays, such as ACA inhibitor activity, antioxidant activity, anti-inflammatory, but I will not show all of them here. I will show some of them here. Here you can see that the concentration for the Lactobacillus helveticus and mixed culture, the optimum concentration of spirina were different according to the model we get as a result of the experiments. You can see the total phenolic content decreases in all fermentations for Lactobacillus and mixed culture fermentations, but for the yeast fermentation, it increased. But in terms of these two values indicate the antioxidant capacity, TEAC means the Trolox equivalent antioxidant capacity. So higher this number means the antioxidant capacity is higher. And for the EC50 value, it shows the concentration or the volume that you should add to inhibit or affect the 50% of the radical. So higher the number of this value means the lower the antioxidant capacity. And as you can see with the fermentation, bioactivity of the product decreased in the fermentation in both for the TEAC value and this EC50 value. So as I said, but for the bioreactor production, we use this mixed culture. So since we believe that the synergistic effect may improve the proteolytic activity and the bioactivity of the end product. So in the bioreactor studies, we try to investigate and optimize the parameters that we cannot do in the Erlenmeyer level, such as the aeration and maintaining the dissolved oxygen at certain level, and also controlling the pH. So these were our parameters. And again, this time we checked the bioactivity, we monitored the microbial growth and the sensory properties. You can see the real setup for our bioreactor here. Oh, sorry, there was a video. Okay, you can imagine here a bubbling bioreactor. I couldn't open the video, but so as here you can see the growth. As I said, we use mixed culture, so you can see the growth for Lactobacillus helicus in A, and B, you can see the growth for Chloromyces marxianus. Here in the presentation, some parts didn't show up. There were 4 parameters, but I cannot see it here. Sorry about that. But the growth was not different in different reactor operational modes. So there were similar cell numbers in both different aerated bioreactors and constant pH, and also cascade mode, where we try to keep the dissolved oxygen at certain level. So but there were differences this time in bioactive properties. Although the cell numbers were similar, according to most probably the metabolic pathway, the different metabolic pathway and enzymes produced in this fermentation, the bioactive properties differed in the fermented, in different reactor conditions. You can see that for the aeration, increasing the aeration also increase the total phenolic content. And when in the cascade mode, it is the maximum where we maintain the dissolved oxygen. And for the controlled pH, it is also some increase. This time for the antioxidant, the capacity, you can see that there is an increase with the aeration, and also again, it's maximum with the cascade mode. And for the controlled mode, it also is similar with the unfermented case. And this time, you can also see the ACA inhibition percentage. It's important to note here that the unfermented spirulina has already a good ACA inhibition activity on its own, but with fermentation, again, it increased in cascade mode significantly compared to other production modes. So here you can see the sensory characteristics of the end products we obtained from these bioreactor conditions. Here you can see the taste and the flavor attributes. You can see that these characteristics are also different in different bioreactor conditions. Some of them were salty, for instance, controlled pH. Some of them had different, for instance, flavor. Again, seaweed flavor decreased with the fermentation in all bioreactor conditions. But for some, for instance, for instance, you can see here blood metallic is increased in the controlled pH, whereas ammonia, flavor was increased in the cascade mode. So different characteristics were obtained with the fermentation using different operational modes. So overall, what we have done is that we developed a process starting from Erlenmeyer flask to benchtop bioreactor level with a functional spinner product. So, and also we, in Erlenmeyer level flask, we had decreased bioactive properties, but in the bioreactor level, we observed increased bioactive properties. So, but in the future, we have to still something more, such as detailed studies relating to this most promising production mode, such as scaling up the process, or we have to do some shelf life experiments, and also we can apply this product to different food formulations, because each product has its own characteristics, and we can find the right formulation or right food matrix that it should involve, and so we can develop it as a product. And here you can see the team involved in this part of the project. I would like to thank first my supervisor and the project coordinator, Müge İşleten Hoşoğlu, and all the team members. Also thank TÜBİTAK for funding, and this research group for providing us equipment. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you for your contribution and nice presentation. If you have any question, you can ask right now. And again, you will have a chance to ask your question during the poster session. Okay. If you don't, you have, okay, please. My friends will help you.
Well, congratulations for your great work. Just wondering, it's obvious that you had some enhanced bioactive properties after fermentation. We see that in comparison to the control group, you have better properties. But what I wonder is, in practice, how do you suggest to use the end product?
For the cascade mode, as I mentioned, the ammonia flavor was abandoned, evaluated by the panelists. So it is questionable that if the consumers will accept this, or we had to improve it, like removing somehow this ammonia flavor. So it still needs some improvements, but it is good to show the potential of the selected microorganisms and their effect on the end product. So we choose this culture, but some may choose the bacillus strains as they increase the total essential amino acids. So it depends on what kind of product you want at the end of your process. As I can say, it still needs some improvements, but we kind of optimize the strategy to do that, so we can do that.
Okay. And then in regards to your control group, I've noticed that you have used the spirulina itself, but I haven't seen the control group using only lactose. Have you ever wondered the bioactive properties of the bacteria itself, the lactobacillus and the other ones?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question.
The control group using only lactose as a substrate, not the spirulina.
No,
Have you ever tried it?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
In the control group for lacticus bacteria, when we add lactose to the fermentation medium, we also add lactose to the control group as well, but we didn't do it for lactose alone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for your contribution. Thank you. And now it's time to know something about the microalgal genomes. And I would like to invite Ms. Arzu Yıldırım from Ege University to the stage to give her speech titled Simultaneous Expression of GCSF from the Microalgal Genomes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, before I start, I would like to thank organizing committee for this organization and bringing together all the valuable members of Algae community. Today I will try to tell you about our research about expressing a therapeutic protein in the genomes of Chlamydomonas hardy, a green microalgae. Let me try this.
Frozen, I think. Yeah.
Okay, let me first try to explain what GCSF is. You know, in our I don't know if the laser works here. Okay, you see my pointer. So in our bone marrows, we have hematopoietic stem cells. And these stem cells are capable of differentiating to different blood cells, including red blood cells and white blood cells. And white blood cells are basically granulocytes. And in these granulocytes, almost 80% of them are neutrophils. And neutrophils are our defense system of the body against infections. We can use these neutrophils, actually the GCSF molecule, for the diseases where we are lack of blood cells or when we are open to infections such as neutropenia, chemotherapy-induced leukopenia, bone marrow transplantation, and AIDS therapy. So GCSF is a very small protein, actually. It has one O-glycosylation, post-translational modification on the protein, and also the non-translated form is bioactive, known to be bioactive. So there are two commercial products of GCSF, where one is produced in E. coli, a prokaryotic organism, and the other is produced in CHO cells. It's a mammalian cell culture. It's an eukaryotic platform. They were all patented before, and once after the patent are expired, GCSF has become one of the most popular biosimilars. So here you can see various types of recombinant protein platforms. You can produce recombinant proteins in bacteria. You can use yeast, fungi, plants, insects, and so on. And microalgae is more or less new to compared to these platforms, and all these platforms has advantages and disadvantages over each other. So I will try to explain now what are the advantages of microalgae platform as a recombinant system. It is easily scalable compared to plants. You can see when you start a transformation event, you can complete the process in 1 or 1.5 months. So it's with plants you would need like months or years to get the final product. It is a safe platform, so microalgae doesn't have pollens like plants, so you don't have to worry about pollen contamination in the nature. And it is also not contaminated by the human pathogens. If you're producing a plant protein, human protein, so you have to consider that. It's a low-cost production system, especially compared to mammalian cell cultures. It's in the grass category. Grass means generally regarded as safe. It means it is edible. As you know, we are speaking of using microalgae as food products. So some of these microalgae species are edible. which gives an advantage actually in the genetic engineering background because you can use these systems to produce basically edible vaccines. And this is an eukaryotic machinery, the nucleus. Let me continue. So Chlamydomonas reinhardti is one of the most studied microalgae species in genetic engineering applications in microalgae world. It has 3 genomes. The nuclear genome of microalgae is eukaryotic, so it is capable of performing post-translational modifications. It has also 3 other genomes in the cell. One is mitochondria genome, and the other is chloroplast. Chloroplast is coming from a prokaryotic background, but also 3 of these genomes are capable of transformation. And mitochondrial genome transformation is it's in its infancy, but nuclear genome and chloroplast genome are widely used for the expression of different various proteins. So I'd like to explain the idea of our research. So when you transform microalgae, when you use it as a genetic engineering host, you usually use one of the genomes. I mean, if you use the nucleus, you can send the protein inside different locations of the cell, or you can secrete it to this cell media. Or you can produce the gene in the chloroplast genome, but when you transform the chloroplast, the protein will accumulate in the chloroplast. So when you secrete this, and secretion is the most popular and robust system to produce recombinant proteins in algae system. So, but when you produce the protein in the media, you just waste the valuable biomass. And when you transform the chloroplast or the cell, you can use the biomass, but then you have to throw away the media. So we thought, since we can transform both nucleus and chloroplast, we decided to produce GCSF gene to the nucleus and secrete it to the media, and then transform the chloroplasts in the cell, so we can obtain GCSF from the biomass and in the media, and there will be no waste in the system. This slide is a little bit technical, but I can say we have a strong promoter here. We have codon-optimized GCSF in our construct. Codon-optimized meaning we designed the gene sequence for the Chlamydomonas to produce it optimally. And then for the chloroplast construct, we have the GCSF for chloroplast expression, codon-optimized. And then we have a PSPA promoter for expressing this gene. And in this system, this gene cassette will replace the original PSPA gene and promoter in the chloroplast. A bit technical, I'm sorry, but I will explain it later better. So this is the general method. We first started our chloroplast transformation experiments. We get the colonies, our positive colonies, but chloroplast genome is almost 80 copies in the cell. So if you want to express a gene in the chloroplast, you want to get homoplasmic cells, which means you want all the chloroplast. You would want, okay, you might want all the plastic genomes to get the cassette you are transferring. So which means homoplasmic cells. So to get the homoplasmic cells, we actually basically screen the cells for 3 more generations if we have the gene cassette inside or not. And then when we get the homoplasmic cells, we continue to nuclear expression. We transferred our genes this time with the nuclear expression cassette, and finally we get the colonies and analyzed, of course, if we really transferred the gene and if we expressed the protein. So this is basically our first results from the chloroplast expression. Here you see the wild-type cells. The wild-type cell does not have the GCSF sequence here, but our transformed strains has. And this is the homoplasmy screening. So before I explained you that we replaced the PSPA gene system from the wild-type cell. So in the wild-type, you see the PSPA gene here, but in our transformants, you don't see it because our gene cassette is replaced with it, so we don't see this sequence. Now, in that stage, we understood that our chloroplast is transformed homoplasmically. And in the other step, after the nuclear transformation, we confirmed with the PCR analysis that this is the nucleus results. The GCSF gene we transformed is placed in the nuclear genome, and in the same cell, we controlled if the chloroplast GCSF is still there, and we confirmed that we still see the chloroplast GCSF, and we also, again, confirmed if the homoplasmy is continuing. And in the end, we collected the protein from the media, and you can see the GCSF expression in here in the media. And we released the chloroplast, the biomass, and we confirmed the expression of GCSF protein in the chloroplast. Well, this is basically what I'm going to tell today. This project will continue with the focus of bioactivity assays and protein purification and characterization. And for now, we have seen that we have successfully expressed the GCSF gene in the chloroplast and the nucleus, so it tells that we can use the system more efficiently. And this is not just for the GCSF protein, of course. We can use the system for different kinds of proteins as well. And I would like to thank our research group. First, I would like to thank TÜBİTAK for the fund they have given, Professor Kemal Sami Korkmaz, Dr. Esra İlhan Ayşu, PhD student Gülseren Özduman, and 2 bioengineering students. And I would like to also, again, thank TÜBİTAK for the postdoctoral scholar fellowship. I had the chance to go to the United States for 1 year to work in UCSD with Professor Mayfield. And a huge thanks, of course, to Professor Mayfield and Dr. Betra Sala for actually teaching me everything about tools and techniques about gene transformation in microalgae. And thank you for listening.
We thank you for your contribution. If you want to ask any question, you can ask right now.
So is this protein GCSF already expressed in yeast as
Yes.
a model? And
In bacteria, in yeast, in mammalian cell cultures, yes.
So what kind of differences are there in terms of total protein yields when you compare Chlamydomonas with yeast?
With yeast, actually these platforms this is the advantage of yeast platform. So with yeast, you can produce grams per milliliter of protein, but with microalgae, you can reach only milligrams. So in here, you must consider the purpose of your production, maybe. Because with microalgae, as I have told you before, it's a safe platform, it's edible. So if you're producing something edible, or if you want to use this protein, for example, if you want to use it from your skin, microalgae will be an advantageous platform for that. But if you're going to produce and then purify, yeast might a little be better. However, there's this problem with the yeast system. It overglycosylates the proteins. So overglycosylation, if you go further from the post-translational modification pattern of the human, when you go away, it's more dangerous for our immune system. So you have to consider these.
Okay, one more question. So you said that after transformation, the PSPA gene
Yes.
got deleted, or the organism lost
the
it?
PSPA, in our gene cassette, we have PSPA promoter to drive GCSF. But the PSPA is a natural promoter, and there's a PSPA gene. This promoter drives the PSPA gene in the chloroplast. Actually, this goes back to research of Professor Mayfield's team. When you produce PSPA gene and promoter, and then you transform the PSPA promoter in another gene, the cell kind of suppresses the expression of the protein because it's kind of a signal for overexpression of one protein. So they have generated a system to replace the PSPA gene and promoter together, but induce the PSPA gene and promoter with another gene to the system. Of course, it affects the photosynthesis.
Yes, I was going to ask what happens to the metabolism
it
of the
affects-
organism. And it does not photosynthesize, right?
It is half photosynthesized. It affects the photosynthesis in the cell. So, of course, you have to consider growing cells in a supplemented media, but we don't use, by the way, we don't use supplemented media, and the cells grow very well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your contribution and your contribution for asking. Then we will connect Professor Alison Smith from University of Cambridge. But before her speech, I'd like to share a few notes about her when we are trying to connect. Alison Smith is professor at plant biochemistry at the University of Cambridge. Her research interests are focused around the metabolism of plants, algae, and bacteria, in particular of vitamin and cofactors, and how this can be manipulated to produce high-value compounds for nutraceutical and therapeutic purposes. Alison has pioneered the use of synthetic biology approach to develop algal biotechnology platforms and made major contributions to our understanding of the role of vitamins in cellular processes in algae and microbial communities. She established the Algal Innovation Center sited in the Cambridge Botanic Garden in 2016, and she serves on a number of advisory groups in the algal biotechnology sector and is a member of the board of INB, an independent agricultural research institute in Cambridge. She is a fellow of the Royal Society of Biology, the Marine Biological Association of the UK, and Corpus Christi College, Cambridge. And we connect to her to listen her speech titled "How Insight Gained from Algal Metabolism and Genomics Can Be Leveraged to Support Algal Biotechnology." The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Can you hear me okay? I can't see or hear anything, so
Okay.
can somebody tell me if everything's okay?
Yeah, we can hear you right now.
Perfect.
You can continue. Thank you.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Good. Can you see my slides now?
Yeah, it's okay.
So thank you very much for inviting me to give this talk, and apologies that I can't be with you. I'd also like to express my condolences for the terrible events that are happening in the as a result of the earthquakes in the south of Turkey. It must be very worrying for you. So what I'd like to do in this short presentation is to tell you a little bit about the work that we do in my laboratory in general. And I hope that it will whet your appetite for algal metabolism. I changed my title to be slightly shorter than the one I sent to Bharat. But basically, I'm going to try and tell you about how the work that we've done on algal metabolism, or understanding algal metabolism, how we can leverage that to do something useful with it. So the research focus in my group at the moment is basically three strands. So we're interested in looking at the metabolism of vitamins and cofactors. We look at the interactions between algae and bacteria at the molecular level. And we are using synthetic biology approaches to do metabolic engineering to make algal production platforms for high-value compounds. In addition, we have this Algal Innovation Center, which was mentioned in the introduction, in the Botanic Garden in Cambridge. And my colleague Payam Mashahi is going to tell you about how we use that in his talk tomorrow. So I'm not going to mention it at all. So what I'm going to do is to tell you a bit of hardcore metabolism here. So we're interested in B vitamins. These are water-soluble molecules. And on the right, you can see a metabolic map showing all the many central metabolic reactions in the cell. And it's estimated that over half of the enzymes require a cofactor for their activity, and many of these are derived from B vitamins. So B vitamins are very complex chemically, and they therefore offer mechanistic or catalytic activity that the amino acids in proteins are not able to deliver. They have important roles in regulating genes and in interactions with other organisms. And we've been looking at all three of those fundamental aspects, then trying to think how we might apply that knowledge to biotechnological applications. So here are structures of three of the vitamins. On the left here is cobalamin, or vitamin B12. And you can see it doesn't matter if you're not familiar with chemical structures, you can just observe, I hope, that it's very complicated. This is vitamin B1, or thiamine. It was the first vitamin that was identified. And this is biotin, or vitamin B7. So what I want to do is to focus on, I want to focus entirely in this talk on cobalamin, but actually similar aspects are relevant for these other two vitamins. So to start with, I thought it would be worth showing you how diverse algae are. So there's over 50,000 known species, and below is a simple schematic showing the relationship of these organisms to one another in the so-called eukaryotic tree of life. And down here on the bottom left, this is the opistheconts, and this is where the animals and the fungi are. These are the amoebozoa, and all these other groups are contain photosynthetic lineages, but actually there is non-photosynthetic ones as well. So these are the distribution of the perhaps well-known algal species that you might be familiar with. For example, Chlamydomonas, like we were just talking in the previous talk, Chlorella, Haematococcus, and so on. And these are all eukaryotic organisms, that is, they've got a nucleus where their DNA is. And down here we have the cyanobacteria, and cyanobacteria gave rise to the chloroplasts that you find in all of these species. But they are not they're not eukaryotic algae. And so spirulina is a cyanobacterium down here, and this will become relevant later on. Now, one of the things that we were particularly taken with is when we started to look at vitamins in the algal lineages, we found that rather than being independent of certain vitamins, many different algae require an external supply of the vitamins. So they're like animals, not like plants. Plants don't need to be given vitamins, but many of these algal species do require the vitamins to be added to the medium if you're trying to cultivate them. So here is a sort of more zoomed in series of algal species. So Chlamydomonas reinhardtii up here. This is not dependent on vitamin B12, so you can grow it without B12, but its very close relative, Volvox carteri, does need B12. And you can see there's other examples here. Chlorella vulgaris doesn't need B12. In the diatom, Sphaeodactylum doesn't need B12, but Thalassiocyra does. This diatom here also needs thiamine. The important thing is that none of the non-requirers, the ones that don't need B12, they don't contain cobalamin. So it's not that they're making B12, it's just that their metabolism means that they don't need it. And we showed some years ago that the reason for this is the presence or absence of these two enzymes. So vitamin B12 is a cofactor for this enzyme methionine synthase, or MET-H. But there's another form of methionine synthase, which is called MET-E, and it doesn't use B12 as a cofactor. And there's a correlation between the organisms, the algae here, that are dependent or independent of B12, which is shown by the presence of the MET-E enzyme. So Chlamydomonas reinhardtii has got MET-E, so it's B12 independent, whereas Volvox carteri has a pseudogene for MET-E, and it's B12 dependent, so it's not independent. And we demonstrated this connection experimentally by generating mutants of MET-E by doing gene editing in this case. So both in Chlamydomonas and in Phaeodactylum, the wild types are not dependent on B12, but when we edit the MET-E gene to knock it out, you can see that they no longer grow without B12. So this is the wild type here, the wild type Chlamydomonas, the host strain. And then when we knock out the MET-E gene, it doesn't grow if B12 is not present. And a similar pattern is shown for Phaeodactylum. Now, in both the wild type Chlamydomonas and Phaeodactylum, there are these two genes, MET-E and MET-H. And if you grow them in the absence of B12, they will just use the MET-E gene. But if you give them B12, they will use the MET-H gene, and they actually switch off the MET-E gene. So this is showing an RT-qPCR experiment where this is the transcript detected for MET-E in the absence of B12 in blue, and then in the presence of B12 in red. And you can see in both of these species, the gene is essentially switched off. But interestingly, in this green alga, Coccomyxa, this has only got MET-E, and the MET-E gene does not respond to B12. So we think that the explanation for why this gene has been lost in such a widespread way is because there's a reliable supply of B12 in their environments. This switches off the gene, and then this leads to gene loss. And indeed, although I don't have time to talk about it today, we have evidence that the loss of the MET-E gene actually has a selective advantage. And we think that's to do with the community biology, with the way in which algae live in the natural community. So how can we use this fundamental understanding that we've obtained by studying these pathways? Well, I'm going to give you two examples, and this is the first one in metabolic engineering. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we're interested in using synthetic biology approaches to engineer microalgae to be production platforms for high-value compounds, such as these plant natural products. So forskolin is a heart medication, and it's derived from coleus, which is an ornamental herbaceous plant. But plants make very many natural products, but they often make them in combinations. So it's quite difficult to isolate them in a pure form. And in addition, they often make them only under certain conditions and only in small amounts. So there's considerable interest in having production platforms where you can have a much more reliable and high level supply. So we started this work by trying to express or generate a production platform to produce mannol oxide, which is an intermediate in making forskolin. And you need two enzymes to be expressed at high levels in the microalgae. So this is work done in Phaeodactylum by Katrin Geisler as part of our EU-funded merit program. And this is the construct that she used. It's a bit complicated, but you saw it before in the previous talk, same sort of idea. So this is the gene for one of the enzymes, and this is the gene for the other enzyme. Both of these are under the control of the MET-E promoter. And then this is the selectable marker in the middle, so we can identify the transformants. So Katrin introduced this construct into Phaeodactylum, selected on the basis of resistance to the antibiotic using this gene here, and then screened the cells to find those that were making mannol oxide, which is only possible if both of these genes are being expressed at reasonably high levels. And you can see here that there's a peak which corresponds to mannol oxide in one of the strains that she had identified. But because the gene is driven by the MET-E promoter, if she adds B12, then that peak disappears, showing that it's genuinely the result of the expression of these two genes. And so because it's a strong promoter and because we get high levels, it's now possible for her to do further manipulation of the strains. And just to show you how the sort of things that we can do. So this is pyramiding in additional genes into the genome. And you can see as we add additional ones, for example, so this is the pathway to make mannose oxide. If we add the gene for GGPPS, which is required to make the substrate for the enzymes, GGPP, or if we add the gene for the first enzyme of the pathway, as we increase the numbers of these genes, you can see we get an increased amount of mannose oxide. And this sort of approach that we're using enables us to consider how we can optimize the production of this compound, and then ultimately to introduce subsequent enzymes towards the production of forskolin. So that's the metabolic engineering approach application. And the whole work that we do in many different aspects is we use synthetic biology. That's using modular cloning with standard parts. We have collections of a number of parts such as promoters, like the MET promoter, terminators, targeting peptides to get the protein into the chloroplast or another organelle, and so on. Standardized workflows to identify the transformants. We can do gene editing, and we have ways to regulate transgene expression. So this is a very active part of the work in our lab, and there's many people have been involved in that. The other way in which we've used, or another way in which we've used this fundamental understanding, is to consider ways to enhance the nutritional content of food or feed. And one of the conundrums about why there are so many algae that require vitamin B12 to grow in the laboratory is that they presumably also require that in the environment, but the concentration of this vitamin in the environment is extremely low. So you can't grow algae in filtered seawater. However, you can grow it if there are bacteria there, and the bacteria are the ones that are making B12. So here is an experiment that we did a long time ago with a B12 dependent alga. If we grow it in a flask with B12, it grows very nicely. It's nice and green. If we grow it without B12, it doesn't. Soil bacterium, in this case, Mesorhizobium lotti. The culture is very stable. The two organisms, the bacteria and the algae, grow in equilibrium. And the bacteria can't grow in this medium either. So that shows that they are receiving photosynthate from the algae, and this stabilizes the interaction. And so we think this is how algae obtain their vitamins from the natural environment, because they live in communities with many other organisms, including many bacteria. Now, when you look in algal supplements, and this is a sort of proxy for algal food, as Vita Verdello was talking about, then many of the algal supplements contain B12, and they there are details on the packets for these supplements that show that there are high levels of B12. And here are two examples. So you can get tablets of spirulina or powder of spirulina, which is a cyanobacterium. Remember, that's not a eukaryote, and it makes B12 like other bacteria. And here is chlorella, which is a eukaryotic green alga. It doesn't make B12. Oops, sorry, doesn't make B12, but instead it can take it up from commensal bacteria, as in this example here. So we were interested in trying to see whether the B12 content and composition of things such as these supplements was appropriate to supplement diets. And this is partly driven by work that we've been doing with colleagues in India, because in India, particularly because of the very high level of veganism, plants don't make B12, and so if you don't have a very rich diet in animal products, then you can have you're at risk of deficiency. So many Indians have very low or low serum B12, and spirulina supplements are widely consumed to try and combat that. So together with colleagues at the University of Kent, Martin Warren and Ranjan Yajnik, in Pune in India, we did a dietary intervention study using chlorella as an alternative to spirulina. And we did a pilot study showing that within 12 weeks, there was an increase in B12 serum in the individuals who were given the chlorella bars here. So they don't look wonderfully appetizing, sort of green, but apparently they tasted nice. We were set to do a very large scale study with over 600 participants. And unfortunately, COVID put paid to that, because now many Indians just take very high levels of B12 to prevent or ameliorate COVID symptoms. And so we can't actually do this experiment anymore, but it's very promising. So why were we interested in this? Well, this is because there are actually lots of forms of B12, and shown here are two of them. So this is cobalamin, and it doesn't matter what the structure is, but just look here. There's this structure here, which is called DMB, and cobalamin has this group in the molecule. Whereas in this compound, it's very, very similar to this one, with the exception of this group here, which is adenine. And this is known as pseudocobalamin. And pseudocobalamin is much less bioavailable to humans than cobalamin. So we don't take it up very well, if at all, through the system in our guts. Now, pseudocobalamin is not bioavailable to our algal mutants either. So they're like humans in terms of their preference for the different forms. And you can show this by looking at the growth of the alga in different concentrations of the compounds. So this is a complicated slide, but just look at this point here. So this is cobalamin. This is increasing amounts of cobalamin, and you can see where there's very little and it's sort of limiting. They don't grow very well. As you increase the amount of cobalamin, the cells grow. If you use the same concentration of pseudocobalamin, you need much higher amounts to see any growth at all. However, if you add DMB, which is that lower axial ligand, then the cells it's called remodeling, and then that enables the cells to grow as well as if they had been given cobalamin. So this is quite complicated, but the take-home message is that it's possible for us to distinguish in a mixture of compounds whether there's cobalamin present, because we do the assay simply, or the growth assay simply without DMB, or cobalamin and pseudocobalamin added together by adding DMB. And so this is work done by my student Ellen Harrison, and she showed that cyanobacteria, like spirulina, this is its generic name for spirulina, Limnospira indica, and this is a lab strain of cyanobacteria. She showed that if you only measure the presence of B12 in the absence of DMB, so you're just looking for cobalamin, there's no detectable B12 presence at all. When you add DMB, you can see that there's now detectable B12 shown by the growth of this mutant. So in other words, the cyanobacteria here, they're only making pseudocobalamin. And she did the same experiment with health foods and supplements. And so this is, again, quite a complicated slide, but where it says C, that's a chlorella tablet. Where it says S, that's a spirulina tablet or powder. So in the chlorella case, you can always detect, when there's no DMB present, you can always detect, the green boxes here, some B12, meaning there's some cobalamin. If you add DMB, for C1 and C2, there's an increase. In other words, there's a bit of pseudocobalamin present. In C3, it's only cobalamin. But for the spirulina, which is S1, S2, and S3, there's only pseudocobalamin present. So whilst there are many other nutrients that are present in spirulina, including high levels of protein and iron, probably it's not a good source of B12 for humans. So to summarize, I think it's true to say algal metabolism is complex, but indeed metabolism is complex. But by studying the metabolism of one group of compounds in particular, and these are the B vitamins, it provides insight into how environment and cellular processes interact, how the algal auxotrophy almost certainly arose because there was B12 in the environment. This led to the loss of the MET-E gene, and therefore the cells are B12 dependent. But that means that they interact in the environment probably more tightly with their bacterial partners. And then we've used that knowledge to provide novel innovations for the exploitation of algae, both in metabolic engineering and in trying to increase nutritional benefits from these organisms. So it just remains for me to thank my group here. The metabolic engineering was done by Katrin Geisler and also by Payam Shahi, who's speaking tomorrow. And then Ellen Harrison and Shelby Newsad were doing the work on the mutants. And thank you very much for listening.
Professor Ellison, thank you for your lovely contribution. And if it is possible for you, I would like to ask the audience if there is a question from them.
Sure.
You can raise your hands.
Alison, I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes, I can.
Great. This is Berat. Thanks for your talk.
Hello, Berat.
This question is related to your D-terpenoid work. In Phaeodactylum, is it strictly non-mevalonate pathway, or do you see any metabolic flux loss to the mevalonate pathways?
I'm not certain that we have done the experiments to determine that directly. What the Phaeodactylum has the non-mevalonate pathway as well, and we have expressed an enzyme for a sesquiterpenoid, so a C15 terpenoid, which is made from FPP, which is present in the cytosol. We were only able to see production of the sesquiterpenoid when we were targeting the enzyme to the chloroplast, when we put the FPP synthase into the chloroplast. So in other words, I mean, that doesn't really say that there is export of IPP into the cytosol, but it does suggest that there isn't export or import of FPP into the chloroplast. I'm not certain if that answers your question, Bharat, but
just a little bit, but of course it means that we need to look at that later. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think basically I don't think it's any different from work done in plants. So if you want to engineer the C15s and C30 terpenoids, expressing the enzymes in the cytosol is most effective. If you want to look at the monoterpenes and the diterpenes and so on, expressing them in the chloroplasts is much better.
Right. Thank you so much.
Let me check the chat box if there's a question here. I think there is no more question. Thank you, Professor Ellison, for your contribution. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Oh,
Goodbye.
sorry. I'm sorry. Just one more question.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Müge. I was wondering that as far as I can see, you also work with non-model organisms as microalgae. And I wonder that do you face any challenges while doing transformation or things like that?
We really don't do genetic manipulation of anything other than Phaeodactylum and Chlamydomonas. We have tried in the past for a range of different species related to Chlamydomonas, and none of them are particularly straightforward or successful, I'd have to say. So I can't say that we have any real positive results on that. That's not to say it's not possible. It's just that we don't work on that area.
Thank you.
Okay, I think there is no more question. Thank you for your contribution, Professor Ellison.
That's fine. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. And now we will continue with the poster session. We will have 30 minutes for poster session, and then we will have a lunch break. My friends will guide you about the details and the location of the lunch break and poster session, and we will start 2 p.m. again. Thank you. Dear guests, we are about to start in 5 minutes. Dear guests, welcome back. We are continue with the second keynote session with our program. I will invite Ms. Yagut Allahverdiya to the stage to give her speech. But before start her speech, I would like to share a few notes about her. Professor Dr. Yagut Allahverdiya Rinne from University of Turkey obtained a PhD degree in Azerbaijan. During her PhD studies, she was awarded with the one of UNESCO fellowship to visit Zent İsfahan University, Budapest. She has joined the molecular plant biology group at the University of Turkey, Finland, as the postdoctoral research fellow in 2002. She has been acting as a principal investigator of the photomicrobes group at the University of Turkey since 2010, and currently she is a full professor of basic and applied photosynthesis. Moreover, she is chairing the Nordic Center of Excellence North Aqua, funded by Nordforsk Bioeconomy Program and focusing on algal biotechnology. She is a director of BioCity Turkey research program, Smart Bio, and she is involved in several European, Nordic, and national projects as a partner and coordinator. She is coming to the stage with the speech title of Algal and Cyanobacteria as Promising but Biocatalysis for Direct Solar Chemicals Production. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for introduction. And I would like to thank Berat and the organizer for inviting us, giving us opportunity to talk about our research. But I would like to start from some words about condolences. Depremde hayatını kaybedenlere derin hüzünle başsağlığı veririk. Sizin acınız bizim acımızdı. Bir neçə gündür Azərbaycan yatmır. Sizinle birlikte bu felakete galip gelmeye istiyor. Sözümüz yok ama siz tek değilsiniz. Algae and cyanobacteria, promising biocatalyst for direct solar chemicals production. So I would like to tell something about what we are doing at University of Turku in Finland. So algae, cyanobacteria, we call it microalgae. Now they are promising sustainable production platform. This is already known. You have heard about it a lot. I didn't want to have very strong. So they can use also. There is no laser, no. Okay. They can use. Okay, I got it. Yes. They can use wastewater, water, or they can use flue gas CO2 to make a biomass, and that biomass through biorefinery can be converted to biofuels, chemicals, and different food and feed applications. And this is, we call in our lab, it's a short-term application strategy, because this can be done in near future and it can be industrially relevant production platform. We are working on it, and tomorrow you will hear from Sama what kind of strategies we have in this part. But we are mostly considering also different route, which means that we are considering to use photosynthetic cells as biocatalyst. The reason is that biomass is not enough. With the growing population, we are getting and more demand on biomass. The EU recently identified that in 2050, about 40–70% gap can be algae biomass can be in 2050, biomass gap can be about 40–70% because the increase for biomass demand is increasing, but supply cannot manage to give all the biomass which is needed for bioeconomy, growing bioeconomy. And that's the reason that we need new technologies which can mimic nature, do the same like nature is doing, however, it can be much more efficient. One possibility is that to create synthetic cell factories where photosynthesis can be used to uptake CO2 and nitrogen and to produce certain targeted chemicals, and that chemicals are secreted out and milked out, which means that in this case, we don't need to grow more biomass and more product, but rather to use the cells as a catalyst to convert solar energy CO2 into certain product which will be secreted out to the media and you can milk it. Like this, the system will work much longer. So this is the photosynthetic electron transport. I will not go into the details, but I would like to mention that all sustainability starts from photosynthesis. This is the most unique process when sunlight is captured by certain photosynthetic pigment protein complexes, and water is splitted under natural condition, physiological condition, and electrons are then reduced to NADPH and CO2 fixation occurs. So this process is the unique process because there is a water splitting under natural conditions, and this process, when carbon fixation occurs and the high value carbon compounds are produced, they use the solar energy. What we can do, we can try to improve photosynthesis. We can make more solar to product conversion efficiency higher, and that we can make a high efficiency by direct solar chemicals production. And in this system, we are studying in my lab how this system is regulated and the different components, what's the role of those components in photosynthesis, regulation of photosynthesis. But now I would like to talk to you shortly about the hydrogenase. You can see here that light is captured by photosynthetic pigment protein complexes, and then water is splitted, electrons go through these cofactors and reduce Na to NADPH, and this is used for CO2 fixation. However, the natural Chlamydomonas has another enzyme which is called hydrogenase, and this hydrogenase enzyme is able to capture the electrons from photosynthesis and produce hydrogen. So it can be direct water photolysis in natural condition. This has been of interest already many years, already 1940. You can see here, Gaffron and Rubin, they did this kind of experiments. They made the anaerobic condition. I have to emphasize that hydrogenase is oxygen sensitive. It needs anaerobic condition. And when they shine the light, there is a hydrogen production, burst of the hydrogen production, very strong, direct water photolysis. And however, this doesn't last longer because photosynthesis also splits water and produces the oxygen. And when oxygen starts accumulated, hydrogen production stops. And there is several steps how to reach this one. You have to spin down the cells, change the medium, and so on. And then in 2000, it was again big boom that there is a new protocol which can give us possibility to have a sustainable hydrogen production. And that came from USA, from Melis group. What they did, they nutrient deprived the cells. So during the nutrient deprivation, one of the photosystems starts to go down, becomes inhibited. And then during that time, oxygen evolution decreases and the respiration takes more oxygen. And after about 24 hours, you can see that the cells in photobioreactor become anaerobic and immediately hydrogen starts to be produced. And this is very nice protocol. It was big hope there. But the problem here is that cells are not fit. They can do this process for several days, maximum 1 week, because they are nutrient deprived. And also the system is very sensitive. the trace amount of the sulfur, for example, can change the system. And that's why it did not go to industrial application neither. However, it was quite big interest, and still there is a big interest to this production system. Considering these bottlenecks, we decided to make to use our knowledge in photosynthesis in electron transport and to make a new protocol for hydrogen production. You can see here, this is the linear photosynthetic electron transport, water splitted, electrons end up here, and it can end up in hydrogenase, which would mean that water splitting and hydrogen production. However, this is the very sensitive production enzyme to oxygen. And at the same time, there is a competition for electrons at this level by hydrogenase enzyme and CO2 fixation. And that's why we have to consider in our system what kind of system we can make that there is no so much oxygen, but at the same time photosynthesis works well to contribute electrons to the system, and there is no competition with CO2 fixation. So what we did, we made a new pulse method. In this pulse method, without any changing medium, you can take directly chlamydomonas and start applying pulses. And that pulses should be light pulses, very short, because during the short light pulses, CO2 fixation is not active, it's inhibited, but photosystem 2 is working and splits the oxygen, splits the water. And during these short pulses in dark background or low light background, hydrogen can be produced. We can see here that when you bring the cells directly from the Erlenmeyer, of course it should be gas-tight photobioreactor, and start pulsing, oxygen level goes down because photosynthesis consumes quite much oxygen in the system, and very soon culture reach the anaerobios and hydrogen production starts to accumulate. And in this system, there is no deprivation and there is no any extra steps, so it is much easier to upscale. And what we see that the point why there is a continuous hydrogen production is that CO2 fixation is inactive. You can see also here, if you make a longer light pulses, you start activate the CO2 fixation, and there is no hydrogen production anymore, and there is the accumulation of the oxygen. As a next step, we were thinking, okay, here, as a concept, what I was talking about, the concept of the biocatalyst, you can see that indeed here, cells act as a biocatalyst. This is the starting point. When you have an OD, you can see the color of the culture. And this is the hydrogen production time with the pulses. Color doesn't change because cells do not accumulate biomass. Culture doesn't accumulate the biomass, but instead it produces hydrogen. All solar energy is directed to hydrogen. But in this case, when you apply continuous light, CO2 fixation is working and cells start to accumulate biomass, culture starts to accumulate biomass, and all solar energy goes to biomass rather than hydrogen production. And I jump here. And we further used our knowledge on photosynthesis because we know that there is a flavodiiron proteins which can take electrons directly from electron transport chain and give it to oxygen, produce the water. And this can be waste of the electrons under certain conditions, but it's important for the cells to survive. And when we delete with genetic engineering this protein, what we could see is that hydrogen production is much higher, which means that more electrons are directed to hydrogen rather than to flavodiiron proteins. And in the next step, we did also recovery phases for 4 days about, you have a hydrogen production continuously. You can see here, red is the mutant, flavodiiron mutant. And after 4 days, we give them 24 hours continuous light to let them to recover. And after that, again, hydrogen production and again, hydrogen production. And you can see that you can go over quite long time, over 1 month, even more, to produce continuously hydrogen production with fit, healthy cultures. And we have another, for example, also application strategy to use cells as a biocatalyst. Instead of hydrogen production, for example, we can also heterologously overexpress certain oxidoreductases. For example, in this case, N-reductase can be, CHMO, can be overexpressed in the cells, and that enzymes can take directly photosynthetic NADPH and convert the exogenously added substrate to product. This can be done also in coli. There is a lot of work on E. coli, but E. coli is heterotrophic organism. You need to give them, to feed them with sugar, which means that they compete with the agriculture. But in this system, what we offer NADPH coming from sunlight, which is available there all the time. And you can see here that we did two-step process. When we start anaerobic conditions, in that case, hydrogenase is active because they are active when oxygen is not there. And you can see that there is a hydrogen production, the red line. And after, for example, a couple of hours, when oxygen started to be accumulated, then hydrogenase become inactive, and the heterologously expressed enzyme starts to be active, and it starts to convert cyclohexanone to caprolactone, which is also polymer of the plastic polymer. So this is the one proof of concept how you can use the cells as a biocatalyst for production of the hydrogen simultaneously for production of the caprolactone, which could be precursor for the plastic. The similar system we managed to also do in cyanobacteria, and in this case we used N-reductase enzyme. You can see here, and this is the N-reductase, how it converts the certain chemicals what you add to targeted chemicals, and again this can be done in industrial level, but in this case we offer physiological conditions and environmentally friendly environment where you can produce the targeted chemicals. And again, by deleting flavodiiron proteins, which can be still here competing with the heterologously expressed enzyme, we are able to produce much more product compared to wild type strain, which doesn't have a flavodiiron protein deleted. And on terms of the photosynthesis, what we realized that there is a many alternative electron transport chain players. If we have a very strong enzyme which can take as much as possible electrons from photosynthetic electron transport chain, then that enzyme will outcompete with the alternative electron transport chain, which is important to understand how photosynthesis is regulated and how to improve biotechnological applications. You can see here that in case of inactive enzyme, if this heterologously expressed enzyme is inactive, 17% cyclic electron transport occurs in the cells. But if we add a substrate, then only tiny amount of the cyclic electron transport occurs in the cells. So by understanding photosynthesis, we can further improve the system and to get more targeted products. Another strategy to use cells as a biocatalyst is immobilization. So what we do, we immobilize the cells in certain polymer matrices, and the main idea is that not to divide and to give them safety compound, like this scaffold. This is the two-stage process. In first stage, you have to have a big amount of the biomass. In the second stage, you immobilize cells in thin layer of films. We call it artificial films or artificial leaf. And then that leaf will produce certain targeted chemicals which will be milked out from the system. So there is quite many advantage of using solid state cell factories or immobilized cell factories. The advantage is that if you have these suspension cultures, cultures are very diluted usually, and this is the big problem. You have to mix them all the time. You put a lot of energy for mixing, for harvesting product, or changing media. Again, you have to harvest the cultures and change the media. And also short catalytic time, because you grow the cells, cultures, about 2-3 weeks, 1 month, and you have a certain amount of the biomass. You have to often give some nutrient deprivation that they produce certain compounds, and it takes 1 week and then cells are dead. All culture is gone. But in this case, if we go solid state cell factories where we make artificial leaf, we can overcome those bottlenecks. For example, in this case, cells can live in this artificial film much longer. They are able to live there half a year and converting solar energy into targeted chemicals and secreting out, which means that we strongly increase the lifetime of the cells, catalytic time of the cells. And also, most importantly, volumetric production is much higher, because here you can go maximum 1-2 gram per liter, 5-6 gram per liter cells. But in this case, you can go up to 10, up to 20, up to 100, so it's like a paste. And this gives also you next possibility to produce much efficient and much more targeted solar chemicals. And we use different matrices, and we are also collaborating with the material science, and also currently we're starting 3D printing artificial leaves. So for this one, we need to have a matrix. What we need porosity, because should be there exchange between medium and gas exchange between cells and medium. And for that one, the matrix scaffold should be quite porous, and it should be transparent, because we are working with photosynthetic cells, and it should be mechanically strong, because you are using it still inside of the medium. And also it should be tunable, because if you have a specific wheel, for example, you don't want oxygen to go inside of the matrix, then you should be able to tune the matrix to do that one. So that's why we are using also nanocellulose, tempo-oxidized nanocellulose, which is tunable matrix. And what we did, for example, we engineered the cells, we add the Fe enzyme from Pseudomonas to cyanobacteria, and cyanobacteria starts to produce ethylene. And usually, you can see here, when you maximize the production system, we can go maximum 2 weeks of production, then cells again culture dies. But when we immobilize them in thin layer films, made the artificial films, we can go over several months. You can see here 3 months production. And this is just ongoing research, so we will optimize it further. And you can see now we have a continuous production where we have here thin layer film, and then here we can change the parameters to make much longer production system. And another thing, for example, an example is the filamentous cyanobacteria. Filamentous cyanobacteria anabena, they have a heterocyst, which we call it nitrogen-fixing microoxic factories. Here, there is no photosystem 2, that's why there is no oxygen production. So inside there is a nitrogenase, which can fix the atmospheric nitrogen to ammonia. So these are the nitrogen-fixing factories by cyanobacteria. And what if you isolate that nitrogen-fixing cell from filaments, they can live under atmospheric conditions few hours maximum. But when we immobilize them, we are able to run this system again 1 month, and now we are trying to go over a month. What means that you have an immobilized thin layer of film which can use atmospheric nitrogen and fix that nitrogen and to make ammonia or as a byproduct hydrogen, depending what you wish to do. And as an example, we are also coupling different systems. For example, you can have a biotransformation by E. coli. As I mentioned, in this case, the system is not sustainable because you need a sugar. but we have a sucrose-producing cyanobacteria which can make a sugar and secrete it out to the medium. And we usually, what we did, we immobilized them in small alginate beads, and they secrete out sugar, and that sugar we collect and we give to E. coli to produce certain product. In this case, it's a caprolactone again, which means that we couple this system and try to make a system more sustainable. So our aim is to mimic leaf structure, leaf anatomy, and to make a tailored artificial leaf which can take solar energy, which can take CO2 or nitrogen and produce targeted chemicals. So we have now ongoing European project here. And here is I'm 3 minutes late. Here is my group from our Pikkujolu, which is traditional Finnish Christmas party. And these are the people who are involved in this particular research, which I mentioned now. And we have a lot ongoing different collaborations with European scientists, and we are trying also to build something with Berat. But these are the people who are directly involved in the slides, what I show you in that research. So, and this is the funding agencies, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
We thank you for your, firstly, lovely messages, and after that, your contribution. If you have any question, we can continue with the questions. My friends help you. Yes.
Hello, Professor. Thank you for your presentation. For thin layer coating of the microorganisms, do you use chemical methods or physical methods? For thin layer coating part, solid.
No, it's just entrapment.
Okay.
So, and we use also 3D printing when you have a bio-ink mixture of the, for example, alginate with the cell, and then by putting the calcium, with the calcium you can cross-link it, or photo-curable other cross-linkers. So we are using different cross-linkers.
Thank you.
We have one more question here.
Hey. Hello,
Hey.
Yakut Hocam. Thank you for the very informative presentation. You mentioned about that solid state versus suspended, and yes, solid state is more algal density. That it has more algal density. But how about aerial production? For example, per meter square, is it still like more than the other one?
Yeah, volumetric production is definitely high, but aerial, of course, there is a problem, because if you have a really dense cultures, you need a thin layer and much larger areas, and that's the problematic part.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Gamze.
Thank you so much for the great talk. My question is, how significant the role of the NADPH for the hydrogen production section? The reason I'm asking is, you mentioned sulfur deprivation helps overall nutrient stress by sulfur helps hydrogen production. In green microalgae, not cyanobacteria, but in green microalgae, we see major nitrogen limitation actually positively impact NADPH expression, more pyruvates, more bioproducts. So that's why actually there are more lipids in most green microalgae. How significant the role of NADPH in the biohydrogen production? You mentioned it has a positive effect, but how significant it is? If so, maybe other nutrient limitation might also positively help.
Yes, I mean, we are mostly trying to go through direct water photolysis, which means that we are using ferredoxin as a donor to hydrogenase. So in this case, actually NADPH doesn't really play a role as a lot in our system, in our protocol. But what you mentioned, it's related to nutrient deprivation, because in this case you have indirect pathway when there is a photosynthesis and you have a CO2 fixation, starch accumulation, and starch degradation. And that's why NADPH plays quite big role there in nutrient deprivation.
And thank you again for your valuable contribution. In this part, now Mr. Hugo Pereira will give us value information about industrial scale production of microalgae. But before his speech, I would like to give some information about him. Mr. Hugo is the general coordinator of the Green Collab, a novel collaborator platform between research and industry, whose research and innovation agenda is based on exploring macro and microalgae as essential components for different industries. Previously, he was a collaborator in the March Biotech Group and in the RD departments of Necton and all microalgae. He completed his PhD at the University of Algarve on the production of biomass at industrial scale, as well as on the establishment of the microalgae-based biorefinery for tetraselmis for different biotechnological applications. Hugo has 60 publications in peer-reviewed journals, 4 book chapters, participated in various national and international projects related to algal biotechnology, and he is coming to the stage with the speech title, Production of Tetraselmis at Industrial Scale and Development of a Novel Biorefinery Approach in 4 different biotechnological applications. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hugo from Green Collab, and as our colleagues said, it's a collaborative laboratory that aggregates different companies and the research institutes working in algae biotechnology in Portugal. And today I will try to give you an example of a work conducted with different associates, namely the production of tetraselmis at industrial scale and the establishment of a novel biorefinery for different biotechnological applications. The presentation is divided in 4 main sections. First, I will give you a brief introduction about tetraselmis CTP4. Afterwards, the work conducted at all microalgae in the industrial production of these species. Then a biorefinery concept, a novel concept that was performed at the Center of Marine Sciences in the south of Portugal. And finally, a feed trial that was conducted with the company Sparus. So, as everyone knows, bioprospection is a very important process of algae biotechnology. In this context, in Green Collab, we sample different water courses and try to promote the isolation of novel strains in solid or liquid media. And in this way, we can have newly isolated autochthonous strains that are already adapted to our growing conditions. We do this using flow cytometry. I will not go in detail how the flow cytometry operates, but we use a combination of different features that the cytometry can read, such as the relative cell size, the inner cell complexity using the side scatter detector. We also use the autofluorescence of the pigments, such as chlorophyll and phycoerythrin, and in some cases, we stain using exogenous dyes, as for example, body P, that can stain for the lipid bodies of the cells. And using a combination of different parameters, we use the fluorescence-activated cell sorting to separate new populations. In our case, the flow cytometry that we use can separate 50,000 cells per second with a purity and recovery higher than 99%. So this is a way to expedite the traditional streaking technique. Here is an example of the flow cytometry approach that led to the isolation of this new strain. And you can see here with the letter C, tetraselmis CTP4, and the gating procedure that was conducted. The strain was identified by means of 18S rDNA sequencing. We knew that it was a tetracelmi strain, but this analysis confirmed that it did not belong to the traditional tetracelmi shui and tetracelmi shuesica that are widely studied. It clearly belonged to tetracelmi striata convolute clade. So in summary, strain CTP4 is a marine chlorophyte. It was isolated in the lagoon of Ria Formosa in the south of Portugal. It is a fast-growing and robust strain that can tolerate wide environmental conditions. It's an autochthonous strain already adapted to the surrounding environment, but for us and for a biorefinery, the most important feature is that it can accumulate high lipid amounts under specific culture conditions. And here, just as an example, under nutrient repletion, you can see a stain with body P. We have about 10% lipids, but manipulating the culture conditions using nutrient depletion and the combination of abiotic factors, we can increase significantly the lipid content. We can reach now about 50% of the total dry weight in lipids. So because of the potential of this strain, we were invited by all microalgae to test the production of the biomass in their production facility. All microalgae is an industrial facility that produces autotrophic and heterotrophic biomass and has a production capacity higher than 1,300 cubic meters. So when I arrived to all microalgae, I only had one agar plate with the strain. So the first thing I did was a scale up. So I passed from the agar plate to an Erlenmeyer, to vertical columnar lids, green wall panels, tubular photobioreactors. And all this process took me about 8 weeks to reach the industrial scale systems that you see here in this picture. We conducted 2 trials at all microalgae. The first one was conducted in the autumn-winter season. We used 2 photobioreactors, one with 35 and another with 100 cubic meters. The systems were operated semi-continuously for 60 days, and the cultures were harvested 4 times. We had a standard production pipeline, so we produced the biomass in the photobioreactors. We harvested by ultrafiltration, and we processed using a spray dryer to obtain fine powder. Here you can see the results of the first trial. The trial was conducted between the 17th of October and the 14th of December. Here the temperature on site, also the radiation. And here you can see the growth curves of both photobioreactors. And it was very interesting to see that the 100 cubic meter, we always had higher growth of the culture in this system, and this is super important from an industrial perspective. Our volumetric productivity in the winter was up to 0.09 grams per liter per day, while the aerial was between 10 to 20 grams per meter square per day. It's also important to highlight that during this trial, we were able to keep monoalgal cultures during the 60 days, although we had some contaminants such as amoebas, ciliates, verticellas, and so on. Then in the summer, we came back to do the second trial. In this one, we used the biggest photobioreactor present at the company with 150 cubic meters. Again, we operated semi-continuously for 60 days, and the cultures were harvested 5 times. We used the same production pipeline, but in this trial, we tried to address the sustainability of our water source. So we decided to continuously recirculate the culture media after the membrane filtration. So we never used fresh water. We were completely recirculating the permeate back into the photobioreactor. Here you can see the growth curve of the trials. We reached much better results during this season, reaching a biomass productivity of 0.15 grams per liter per day, and the aerial productivity higher than 32 grams per meter square per day. It's also important to say that in these 60 days, we produced more than 1 ton of biomass of tetracelmi CTP4. After the biomass production, we tried to take advantage of a unique feature that tetracelmi has. The cells are very big and they can settle. So we developed a pile scale system to harvest the biomass. We do this by a 24-hour sedimentation step using gravity drainage only. In this way, we can remove 95% of the culture media, while 5% of the culture is retained in the tank. So afterwards, we are able to remove this concentrated culture, and this represents a biomass efficiency of 96%. However, some of the biomass, I'm sorry, I need water. However, some of the biomass still stays in the bottom of the tank, and we are able to recover this biomass using a scraping system, which has a dry weight of about 273 grams per liter. So after the biomass production, we went for the biorefinery of the biomass. So we did this using an ethanolic extraction procedure. Here is the characterization of our ethanolic extract. You can see on the right and the chromatogram for the oil. We have a high amount of triacylglycerol, monoacylglycerol, and phospholipids. And afterwards, we developed a liquid three-phase system to partition this extract into different fractions. And we were able to divide this extract into a non-polar fraction, a colloidal fraction, and a polar fraction. Still, we have our spent biomass. So from one biomass, we were able to generate 4 different bioproducts. Then we decided to try to valorize these fractions. On the non-polar fraction, we made biodiesel, that you can see in this picture. We also assessed the potential for edible oils. The colloidal fraction is rich in phospholipids and glycolipids, and we studied as a source for human and animal nutrition, whereas the polar fraction rich in polysaccharides was upgraded to bioethanol, and we are studying the potential of oligosaccharides as a feed additive. Nevertheless, I will now just focus very quickly on the spent biomass. So to valorize this biomass, we decided to conduct a trial in Sparus aurata. So we decided to replace 10 and 30% in the feeds of Sparus aurata at the expenses of soybean. But why do we want to replace soybean? Soybean is a high productive crop, has a low production cost. It's considered high quality protein with a balanced amino acid profile. Nevertheless, soybean has some drawbacks. It has a high demand for water, has some known growth inhibitors for the fish, such as phytic acid. But nevertheless, the most worrying is that soybean is the main driver of world deforestation in third world countries. And 60% of this deforestation is linked to soybean and derivatives. And the EU is the main consumer of these products. So finding new sustainable alternatives are key. In this context, we decided to test the biomass as a fish ingredient. Here you can see the biochemical composition of our ingredient compared to the soybean meal. You can see that the products have a similar profile. And then we formulated 2 feeds. So a feed containing 10% soybean meal and a feed containing 10% of our microalgae diet. You can see here some adjustments that were made to compensate possible nutritional imbalances. And afterwards, after the formulation, we went to manufacture the feed. So we weighed the ingredients, we mixed and milled them, we added the fish oil, we performed the low shear extrusion, and after drying and sieving, we had our product packed. So afterwards, we went to the experimental room of fish trials. We had 3 tanks with our control soybean diet and 3 tanks with the microalgae-based diet. We used groups of 30 seabream with the initial body weight of 6 grams, and the diets were tested over 60 days. The fish were fed 3 meals a day. They were fed to society. And we performed the analysis of different parameters, such as the fish performance, the weight gain, specific growth rate, production ratio, and the digestibility of protein, fat, phosphorus, and energy. Our results show that the fish had a 3-fold increase in their body weight during the experiment. We did not have any differences in the growth, in the final body weight of the fish. One interesting result was the lower voluntary feed intake of the microalgae diet. This is important, meaning that we gave less fish to obtain the same dry weight. Nevertheless, although the differences are significant, they are not very big. And regarding the specific growth rate and the food conversion ratio, they were similar between both diets. Regarding the digestibility of the diets, here we had very good digestibilities, similar between both diets, more than 90% for the proteins, fat, and energy, and close to 70% for the phosphorus. Regarding the digestibility of the ingredient, and here is when we incorporate 30% of microalgae biomass in the diets, we had also very good results. We have very high digestibility for protein, lipids, and energy, but lower for phosphorus, because algae have polyphosphates that are not well digested by the fish. So in conclusion, strain CTP4 was successfully grown in an industrial scale production facility. We were able to keep our cultures monoalgal during the whole cultivation. Different bioproducts were established using this biorefinery approach. The defected biomass can be a sustainable alternative to replace soybean in aquafeeds. Nevertheless, we are still conducting our life cycle analysis, and this is a very complex process because we have many other works that are not here presented. So we are trying to integrate all of this and now trying to make the LCA to really see if the process is sustainable or not. So I'd like to thank you all for your attention. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Thank you for your contribution. If you have any question, we can continue with the questions. Yeah.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I have a question for biorefinery part. After you extract the oil, I mean the lipid part from the microalgae, did you check the phase state of the oil after removing the solvent? I mean, sometimes it is a very viscous oil. Did you have the same case in your?
We have the same issue. And the oils of microalgae, they are not in a liquid form, and they have a lot of compounds that are not very viscous. So it's always attached to the balloons, and this is a very tricky part to work with it. But when we do this liquid partition, then they become much better.
Okay, thank you.
Hugo, thanks for the presentation. Only for curiosity, I would like to ask, you mentioned about the sedimentation in the sedimentation tank for 24 hours. Only thinking about the Portugal and then the weather conditions, have you checked within the 24-hour interval any effect of sedimentation on the biomass content?
To be honest, we have not checked before and after the sedimentation. Our concept was to try to settle during the night period because the temperature is colder, so we could maintain theoretically the biochemical profile. It took a little bit more, and we repeated, but knowing the biochemical profile of tetracelmis, and we analyzed it several times, is quite similar. We don't see significant differences. But this was done not under summer conditions, so there can be much more trickier to have exactly the same profile. And also bacteria growth. We need to further develop on that part.
Thank you very much for a really inspiring talk. So I've got a practical question. So you know you've got this huge installation, if I remember correctly, 35 times 150 cubic meters.
35,000.
Yeah.
No, sorry, 35 cubic meters.
No,
the reactor or the facility?
The whole facility.
Yes, more than 1,300 cubic meters.
That's wonderful. So how do you keep it? I mean, you don't kind of take care of any sterility, right? You kind of work with a microbiome. together with the algae, or you mentioned that there were some amebas, right? Some bacteria, right? That's not a problem with the growth of the algae there?
Yes, I've been in all microalgae for 1 year. I know well the company. They try to sterilize in the best way they can. So when they remove the culture, they clean the tubes, the piping, they add the bleach. So we try, but nevertheless, the contaminations always arrive. It's a too big system. It's completely impossible to control and have a sterility.
Okay, so that follows the next question. So how long is the whole? Can you sustain the one cycle culturing cycle to make it sustainable? Of course, that's probably part of your LCA analysis, isn't it? Because you want to know how much
so for
energy you put.
They really, we were able to keep for a long time, but it's really dependent on the operation. I can tell you that sometimes it can last for some months, sometimes in 2 weeks we have contaminations. And this has multiple factors.
So that would be an important
thing
to
simple
control.
Operation that went wrong, can be the water batch that has it was not well sterilized. So it's really a challenge. And all industrial operations at larger scale, contaminations are something that we need to cope with them. We need to control them. They will happen. We just need to know how to manage them and have best practices to overcome that issue.
What about the CO2 source? Do you add any CO2 into the whole system? And what is the source of CO2?
We buy it from the national company.
Right, so it's like from the bottles.
Not national, sorry, it's international, but the biggest supplier, it's pure CO2, 99.9.
And did you check? Did you check how much you can push into higher CO2 concentration? I'm thinking about linking your elegant facility with some, let's say, point sources, for example, CO2 point sources.
But if the contamination arises from the CO2, is that the question?
No. How much CO2 can they be still growing very well in the presence of what concentration of CO2?
That's a tricky question because some algae like pH 7, and this is all about how carbon is mixture in the water. But for instance, Tetraselmis, and we published that, grows much better at pH higher than 8. It's a marine strain. Normally freshwater strains, we grow them at 7, 7.2. Marine strains between 8.5.
Depends on the
pH. The idea is really to make a steady system where we define a pH value and then we just control by injection points when the pH rises above that value.
Okay, it's wonderful to see it from this industrial point of view, because it's really good stuff.
Thank you again for your report and contribution. I just want to remind you, you will have one more chance to ask your question during the poster session today. And now we will talk about Antarctic algae species. I would like to invite one of my valuable professor, Dr. Turgay Çakmak from İstanbul Medeniyet University, with the speech title İMÜ Asya Project, İstanbul Medeniyet University, Culture Collection of Antarctic Microalgae. The floor is yours.
Tamam, ben hallediyorum şimdi. Şimdi ben şuradan bir sileceğim.
So this presentation is going to be all about a cryophilic microalgae culture collection that we started almost 2 years ago. It doesn't work. I can use that one. That's no problem. Okay. Spoiler. Okay. So the microalgae biobanks are important for fundamental and biotechnological researchers. And there are several microalgae biobanks in different countries by different research groups from Australia, Japan. You see good examples in Germany, United States, and United Kingdom, France, and there are also some specific culture collections that host some specific types of organisms. When it comes to microalgae, there are some culture collections saving extremophilic microalgae, extremophilic algae, and the culture collection of cryophilic algae is one of them. So they also, they are the pioneer in this field. They have made several field research to save different cryophilic microalgae, and actually ours is the culture collection of Imo Asia follows the culture collection of cryophilic algae. I mean, how we started? The Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey started a new initiation in 2016. They established a new institute called Polar Research Institute. At that year, Turkish Antarctic expedition started. So this year they make 7th Antarctic expedition. And in the first Antarctic expedition, a group of scientists from Turkey, they went, they tried to discover, they tried to find out a place for a Turkish base to be built, and they, I'm not comfortable there. It's like, I cannot see the screen properly, and if I can handle, okay, all right. So they decided that this island, Horseshoe Island, can be a home to Turkish researchers. And so this island is called Horseshoe Island. But if Ottoman time, if Turkish people would discover this island, I think they would call it as Swirling Dervish Island or Semazen Island. You see, I mean, for example, for Sufi belief, there's kind of a ritual, like you open up your right hand and you take something from the god and give whatever you take without looking at it. So this island is exactly reflecting that. I mean, I believe if Turks would discover that island, they would call it as Semazen Island or Swirling Dervish Island. So the Horseshoe Island is our study hood. So in 2020, I participated in the 4th Turkish Antarctic expedition. So my research started right here. As you see, there were several green and red stuff to visit for me. My aim was to isolate as many species as I can during the field trips. So there are some green stuff everywhere. So this is Horseshoe Island, and there was two spots, Dismal Islands and Horseshoe Island. The Dismal Island was 70 miles away from Horseshoe Island. So Horseshoe Island is positioned in northwestern part of Antarctica, in Margaret Bay, in Antarctic Peninsula. And the Dismal Island was around 70 miles away from that island. It was not possible to spot that island on Google Earth. However, when we reached there, we saw several microalgae blooms over the snows. So you cannot see that kind of blooms on normal terrestrial area for sure. So that was the first sampling spot, Dismal Islands, and those are what I witnessed. So the Horseshoe Island was not different. Some area where the birds and the penguins visit were abundant in microalgae motifs, even if some area like this lake is Squaw Lake, which is the biggest lake in Horseshoe Island. There are 5 lakes and this one was the biggest. But in some area of the same island, the snow algae did not inhabit anywhere. However, in some area where the seal and the penguins reside, you see several colors of microalgae. So at this point, the cryophilic algae, the snow algae, the terms are generally mixed. So snow algae and cryophilic algae are referred as same for microalgae, growing well in between the 0 to 15 degrees Celsius. But there are also some algae that can grow over 0 degrees Celsius, however, can't grow over 8 to 12 degrees, so we categorize them as obligate cryophilic. For psychrophilic, they grow best in 15 degrees Celsius, and for psychrotolerant microalgae, they grow over 15 degrees, however, they grow in a considerable amount at close to 0 degrees Celsius. So the most of the strains are coming from the Horseshoe Island and Dismal Islands in Asia Culture Collection. First, of course, we make sampling and then isolation stages. At least, I mean, actually for Antarctic research, it's like you go to the sampling area, collect your samples, it can be snow or from permafrost or ice, and then I did brought several different growth solutions, agarized and in liquid forms from EG11 to BBM and TAP, etc. And then I did make place straking and also added some, inoculated the samples in liquid media as well. And I also brought, so we did everything to isolate as many species as we can. And then when we get back to home lab, we run different isolation processes like plate striking and micromanipulation, etc., to get axenic culture. And after obtaining axenic cultures, what we do is to run some genomic analysis to identify and then provide all necessary information to present our strains in a web page for Asia Culture Collection. So for field research, I mean, there's a standard operation procedures, of course. So we collect the samples from the field, and at that time, if depending on the nature of the ice, the microalgal bloom, in one case, we also analyze the microalgae motif of the green snow, orange snow, and red snow. So when we come back to the home lab, we of course carried all our samples in cool boxes and took all necessary precautions for that. And then we sustained our cultures in commercial fridges with lights supplied over glass doors. And also we keep the cultures in growth chambers adjusted to 15 to 10 degrees Celsius inside. So we provide all necessary information for the microalgae that we have. And for taxonomic evaluation, we follow alga base. And also for NIH, we keep maintaining our microalgae culture alive by serial transfer for depending on the growth rate of different microalgae for every 1 to 3 months. So, and we managed cryopreservation of almost all microalgae that we have. We use mainly DMSO and methanol. And we do follow all their growth continuously. I mean, we did follow their recovery of growth when we run the cryopreservation experiments. Okay, so the diversity of the cryophilic algae that we have is presented here, and on the right-hand side, the culture collection of cryophilic algae in Göttingen. They have several microalgae. They started their microalgae culture collection in 1999, and they have over 400 different specimens. And as you see here, they made several Antarctic expeditions, I think 7, that's the last number. So they have around 100 different strains. Mostly they got their strains from Svalbard. For our trip, we managed to obtain almost 62 different axenic cultures from 26 different genera. And 61% of the microalgae that we have are psychrotolerant, 24% are psychrophilic, and also we have considerable amount of mesophilic strains that were isolated from Antarctic continent. Of course, we do run phylogenetic analysis, but at this point, I would like to show you, introduce you our web page, so you can check the strains in detail. We provide the ID cards of the strains we provide the geographical information. A Google map salutes you when you open up this page, and then we provide the strains. We present our strains over here. You can check our culture collection. When you click on any of them, you can reach the ID cards giving the taxonomical information and geographical details, as well as the NCBI accession numbers for genomic information. So general maintenance conditions, and also the pictures where the microalgae were sampled. Same for all of them. So the cryophilic algae are interesting as bioresource for industrial applications. For example, for Turkey, this is having this kind of having research groups working on cryophilic algae is important, because Turkey has average temperature, overall temperature of annual over temperature of around 15 degrees. And as you see, the sun ratio and the temperature duration differentiates throughout the year in Turkey. I believe mostly algal production facilities does. They have 2 strains, cold adapted and temperate strains to grow year-round. So that way, they improve the algal crop. They maximize the algal crop production. So they call it algal crop rotation. So considering the fact that there are almost around 45,000, only 45,000 different microalgae species identified so far. However, the estimation is that the number should be about 1 million. So there's a big gap. So new strains must be introduced to the science world and also industry. For the case of cryophilic microalgae, new relatives of, for example, we did isolate several chlorella and also like Stichococcus strains from this spot, and there are then also for Cocamixa, they are airborne microalgae, and they are used for industrial purposes as well. I mean, having cold adapted, having cryophilic and thermophilic microalgae in growth production facilities help them maximize their growth. So that's why the cryophilic algae are important for industrial scale applications. And there are also, the first morning, the keynote speaker told everything about the biotechnology of microalgae. But when it comes to cryophilic microalgae, the cosmetic ingredients are sold on the market, like snow algae powder and some serums and hydro boosters, etc. They are on the market. For our Imo-Asia strains, when it comes to cryophilic microalgae, the polyunsaturated fatty acids, especially omega-3, 6 fatty acids, are important because as they are cold adapted microalgae, you expect them to have high unsaturation ratio in their fatty acids. So we did check for our microalgae culture collection on microalgae. We did check the PUFA contents, and we found out some candidates for large-scale PUFA production. The name of the strain is Chloridium saccharophyllum. Another important subject for cryophilic algae is that UV absorbing substances from cyclotolerant snow and permafrost microalgae. Those UV absorbing substances are extracted, are defined in cyanobacteria, in bacteria, in fungi, and for the microalgae, only the some cryophilic microalgae in Trebouxiophis class has been reported to have UV absorbing substances. For our case, in our culture collection, we screened out the UV absorbing substance production potential of our microalgae. So what we do is to make methanol-based extraction of the UV absorbing substance extraction, and then pass them into water and measure the UV absorbance. So there's only water and UV absorbing substances with normal cells. And also when we apply a stress factor, we observed improved UV absorbing substance production for some strains. And based on this preliminary experiments, we started another 1001 project supported by TÜBİTAK. And we have started to work on UV absorbing substance extraction from the Antarctic microalgae that we have in our culture collection. Back only 2 years ago, there was no one working on cryophilic microalgae in Turkey. And today, we are presenting a cryophilic microalgae culture collection to researchers and the stakeholders. So the Imo-Asia is a home to considerable diversity of mainly cryophilic algal isolates. So we aim to provide new relatives of chlorella to food supplement sector because we do have some strains that grow pretty well, chlorella-like strains that grow pretty well in cold conditions, and the nutritional values are not less than chlorella. However, in food sector, only a handful of strains are approved as safe. So, and it is pretty expensive to introduce a new strain to food markets for human consumption. However, cosmetic market is a desirable and acceptable in terms of regulations. So the cold cryogenic algae provide good opportunities for producing metabolites to be used in cosmetic markets. The mycosporin-like amino acids, the UV-absorbing substances comes first. So last but not least, the conversion of our industry from fossil fuels, fossil resources to renewable bioresources is underway. As we said, even itself producing a biomass is a problem in a country. For countries like Turkey, experiencing 4 seasons, having the cryophylic strains for growth of biomass or value-added products, the volume of our library is going to be improved. So I'd like to acknowledge TÜBİTAK, my loyal supporter, and also the friends making valuable contributions to the research. And if you have any question, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you for your lovely presentation. If you want to ask any question.
Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering, your...
No.
Sorry. Okay, no. I was wondering, the strains, your isolates, how similar were they to those already in the databases? In other words, did you come across any new species? And are you planning on doing any metagenomic sequencing on the communities that you got those isolates? Thank you.
Okay, so once we isolate, once we obtain our oxide cultures, we check them morphologically and also genomically. We run some genomic analysis, as I said. We blast our genomic DNA. So we do compare our blast results with others. I mean, we are not only making morphological analysis. We also have genomic data that we submit to NCBI systems, so we are following the similarities in between. More, we are, if blast results tell you the similarities with different microalgae that you have. For morphological analysis, morphological assessments, you have some criteria to give name to your strains. So at this point, we are not feeling free to give names to our strains that we have. We try to stick with the genera names. However, for the keen taxonomical analysis, we have our phylogenetic, we do make phylogenetic analysis. However, saying that offering a new strain to the literature is a study itself, and at this point we are not focused only on taxonomical issues, only genomic identification, morphological analysis, and some phylogenetic analysis, and then otherwise, providing or focusing on pure taxonomical. If you want to offer a new strain, if you come up with a new name, that needs more detailed information, more detailed study. So there are some candidates to be offered as new species, but we haven't announced it yet. That's the short answer. Yeah, please.
So that brings me to the next obvious question, I think. So what's going to be, how are you going to run this biobank, this microalgae biobank? Are you going to make it available on request
that's
once
our
you
plan.
get axenic, non-axenic strains, I presume, but you're not at this stage yet?
Yeah, we are at this stage.
You
We
are at this
passed
stage, so
yeah.
okay. So you actually, you've got axenic.
Yeah, we do have most
Or
of the strains that
non-axenic
we have
strains.
are all axenic
Okay.
strains.
Super.
And they're all defined at genomic level. So, however,
Okay. So you've sequenced them,
introducing
okay.
a new species to the literature is kind of different work. So we're not.
And you've got them sort of
focusing
on that website that you've showed. You've got the list of
Yeah.
what,
Also,
of
NCBI
what you have
accession numbers are
available. Okay.
given.
All right.
You know, you first obtain axenic culture and then make morphological analysis and then extract DNA.
Okay.
Make Sanger analysis and blast it and then check for phylogenetic analysis. That's okay for that's all fine for microalgae biobank. However, offering a new species to the literature is needs more detailed information. That's what. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for your lovely presentation and contribution to our conference. Then we will connect to Mr. Lorenzo Pagliota online. When we are connected, I'd like to give some information about him. Lorenzo Pagliota is a 26 years old junior professional of the European Commission. After 6 months of DG Enger, where he dealt with electricity market design, revision, and energy prices, he joined DG MARA on 1 December 2022 to work on bioeconomy and algae. He holds a master degree in European affairs with specialization on energy and sustainability from Sciences Po Paris and masters in European political and governance studies from the College of Europe. He wrote his master thesis on EU hydropower policy, and I think you are ready to give your speech. Can you hear us continuously?
Hello, I can hear you, but not very well. Do you hear me well?
We can hear
Your
you,
side?
but if it is possible, you can increase your voice, please.
What, sorry?
We can hear you, but you can, if it is possible, you can increase your voice to hear you clearly.
Okay. So I will try to speak louder. Is it better like that?
It's okay, I think. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so just a question. So are you sharing my slides or shall
Yeah,
I share directly on the Zoom link?
Yeah, you can share. You can
Okay.
directly share right now.
Okay. Just a second then.
Yeah, we can see your screen right now.
Okay. So do you see my my slides now?
We see your speaker notes also,
Ah, okay.
not the full screen.
So I'm gonna do another way. Okay, now do you see?
Yeah, it's better. Thank you. You can start.
Okay, so dear Algae community, Algae Nexus community, many thanks for having me today. So as it has been said, my name is Lorenzo Pagliota. And I'm a junior professional at the European Commission, working since last December on blue bioeconomy and mainly algae, and in particular the algae initiative adopted last November and that I will present to you today. But before starting, let me first express my full support to all Turkish and Syrian people in the room for the tragic events of this week. So yeah, the images were absolutely devastating, and I hope that you were not affected directly or indirectly. And in any case, I wish to everyone a speedy recovery. The aim of my presentation will be to provide you with an overview of the latest policy developments concerning algae at EU level, and in particular the Algae Initiative that has been adopted last November. So, first of all, the Algae Initiative does not come out of the blue, even if we are talking about the blue economy. It is firmly grounded in the EU Green Deal. And as a matter of fact, algae can be linked to biodiversity restoration, circular economy, and it is also mentioned into our farm to fork strategy as an alternative protein. And as such, we believe that a thriving EU algae industry could become a green flagship and a source of inspiration for many more industries to become more regenerative, innovative, and socially exemplary, with thousands of good quality jobs created along the way, notably in coastal communities. So this is to set a bit the high-level policy context. Now, what can algae do for you? Many things, as shown on this slide, but I don't want to spend too much time on this since Vitor Verdelho Vieira already provided you with a very exhaustive overview of everything we can do with algae this morning, I think. Uh, what I would like to say is that it is also important, I think, to manage a bit expectations, as it seems to be no limits to imagination about what algae can actually do for us. So, but what is important to what the most important applications in our opinion, for instance, are that algae are an healthy and low calorie food, and some species have a very high protein content, such as the very famous spirulina. And just to share an anecdote, I discovered very recently that, for instance, Cristiano Ronaldo and Leo Messi and Karim Benzema have made public that they consume a lot of spirulina as part of their professional diet. We also think that the biochemical compounds and the properties make algae a very valuable material for other commercial applications, such as fish feed, pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, bio-based packaging, cosmetics, biofuels, etc. And very importantly, algae can also remove nutrients from aquatic ecosystem and thereby reduce ocean eutrophication, ocean um, acidification. All these potential benefits and miracle characteristic will of course have to be considered in light of the existing legislations and balanced with the potential health risks. So for instance, we need to carefully consider the heavy metals in certain algae species. So, one very important point to have in mind is that the seaweed industry in Europe is currently focused more on harvesting seaweed from the wild rather than cultivation in aquaculture facilities as it happens in Asia, and therefore it is very much at an embryonic stage. So while the Asian market has grown significantly over the past decades, and seaweed already accounts for around a half of global aquaculture production. European seaweed production is so far very negligible. Just to give you an idea, of the 36 million tons of algae produced globally in 2019, 35 million tons, so 97% of the global production, were produced in Asia. While EU production was only 0.085 million tons, accounting for 0.2% of the global production. And on this 0.085 million tons, only around 0.4% was cultivated, while all the rest was harvested from wild stocks. Nonetheless, we still have a couple of companies in Europe producing either seaweed or microalgae, as shown on the map on the left, which comes from a very interesting report by our internal research center, the JRC. So all this is confirmed by the latest 2022 Blue Bioeconomy report. According to it, seaweed culture and harvesting has great potential in various sectors, such as fighting climate change, making new products, and creating new jobs, as I said before. The 2022 report focuses on algae and seaweed, and it gives an overview of the latest developments in micro and macro algae cultivation system in the EU and the world. It also gives some insight on the role of seaweed in capturing carbon, as well as its potential impacts for regional economies. The main conclusion of this report is that we are not quite there yet. Seaweed farming and harvesting are still very much small scale in Europe. And the report also highlights that the regulatory landscape for seaweed licenses and permits is still very much uncoordinated and contains many regulatory actors and at national and local level. Despite this current marginal share in the global seaweed system, given the favorable business prospects, we believe that Europe can develop a strong algae industry. And this is the positive message I would like to pass on today. So we see that the EU demand for seaweed products is growing and is expected to upsurge in the coming years. The market for chlorella and spirulina are set to accelerate dramatically. And we see that there are already around 75 million vegans and vegetarians in Europe and many more flexitarians. And the consumers are increasingly health and climate conscious and therefore looking for these kind of products. So, however, the EU is still importing all these algae from Asia. And this makes EU a top importer worldwide of seaweed products. And that's precisely what we want to change. Fostering the development of a strong and regenerative EU algae sector is therefore an economic opportunity that we believe Europe cannot afford to miss. So, this slide was just to show that many things have already happened in the past few years. There have been a lot of algae-related funding calls and business support mechanism. We have funded over 300 algae-related projects, and our research framework program, Horizon 2020 alone, has funded more than 100 projects with a total EU contribution of 273 million euros. We have also launched some very interesting algae-related studies related to the support of algae to the European Green Deal. So there is one of the two studies that assesses the potential of shellfish and algae to recycle nutrients, and the other one which looks at the role of algae for climate and examines the cost, impacts, and benefits of scaling up production of marine algae through aquaculture in the EU. These two studies are almost finalized and should be published soon. And we are going to launch a new study very soon two new studies actually. One following up on the shellfish and algae first study, and another one on the uh, region on scaling up EU regenerative algae industry. We are currently assessing the study needs, and the study should be launched very soon. So these are just two examples of ongoing projects that we have funded. So for instance, Algae Notes, which should be finalized this year, with an EU contribution of 90 more than 900,000 euros. So the objective of this project is to develop a new line of sustainable and eco-friendly biopesticides from microalgae biomass, cultivated, recovering nutrients from wastewater and pig manure. Another example is Aqua per Kilo, but then we have also many more. And I believe that tomorrow you will have a presentation on the Realm project that we also fund, and which is very, very interesting. So this brings us to the EU Algae Initiative, which has been announced mid-November 2022. So how did we get there? So to harness the full potential of the EU algae sector, we have identified specific actions on the basis of an extensive consultation of stakeholders and a preliminary analysis of the sector. We had started this work some time ago already with the Blue Bioeconomy Forum that we launched in 2018. And so we have identified 24 actions that build on existing initiatives, the best available science, knowledge and data, and the best business practices. So our communication is structured around four axes that are the four main objectives. So the first one is to improve the governance framework and legislation. The second one, improving the business environment. The third one, closing knowledge, research, technological and innovation gaps. And the last one is to increase social awareness and market acceptance. So these four objectives gather 23 actions that we will implement in a coordinated way in close cooperation with member states and the relevant stakeholders. Yes. So this slide is just to give you some examples of actions that we have identified in this communication. So we are, for instance, working on the development of a new algae farmers toolkit to help algae farmers to start their businesses in Europe, mainly inspired by the Green Wave toolkit that has been developed in the United States and which has been very successful. We will also develop a guidance to promote fish-based feed with algae-based feed, since the main contributor to greenhouse gases emissions from aquaculture. And yeah, now the next steps for this communication. So we are discussing already the implementation of the actions with the European Parliament, the Council, the European Economic and Social Committee, which will draft a report in the coming months. And we are already coordinating the implementation of the actions with member states, with the industry, notably via the EU for Algae Forum and any other relevant stakeholders. For instance, there is also the EIT food initiative with which we cooperate very closely. And then maybe the last point on which I wanted to draw your attention is the first EU Algae Awareness Summit that we will be organizing in October in Paris, in order to raise awareness about algae in the public. And yeah, this there will be this will be a 3 days event, actually, not as it is written on the slide. And one day will be open to the public and with many demonstrations. And we hope that this will help to increase awareness. Last thing that I wanted to highlight is this EU for Algae Forum. So this has been set up last year, and it is a collaborative and cross-cutting algae stakeholder platform, which has been already joined by more than 650 members today. So as you can see from this slide, these members comes from all around Europe, but also beyond. So please feel free to join the community and to spread the word about this initiative, because the more we will be in this forum, the more successful it will be. And let me just conclude my presentation with a personal on a personal note. I strongly believe that international cooperation and that knowledge sharing will be absolutely key to unlock the potential of this very promising resource that that is algae, and to harness this resource to our global decarbonization goals. So here is what I wanted to tell you today. I want to thank you very much for your attention and for your invitation. And yeah, I don't know if we have time for some questions and answers. I've been a bit longer than foreseen.
Mr. Lorenzo, thank you for your contribution to our conference. With your permission, I will ask the audience if there is any question to you.
Sure.
Would you like to ask any question to Mr. Lorenzo? We have one question.
Mr. Pagliata, thank you so much. This is Berat Aznadrol from Boğaziçi University. The Commission has been supporting, through the scientific programs, Horizon Europe, a lot of research and innovation, and also large-scale products. I wanted to ask you, with the algae has become a major agenda item again. We can see that with the latest Commission reports. Can you comment on new funding mechanisms, maybe through financing, maybe through co-supporting? Because it is obvious that we will need more and more production sites, big algae farms, maybe less R&D, but more on large-scale production. Can we have your input on large-scale implementation perspective from the Commission for algae? Thank you.
Should I answer now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so many thanks for your question. First of all, I fully share what you are saying, in the sense that if we want to reach the objectives set by this initiative, we need to have the funding accordingly. And if I may add, it's true that the European Union has funded a lot of algae-related projects in the past, but now we believe in Egypt that now the objective is very much about bringing these products that are being developed to the market, meaning that we have been supporting a lot of research projects. Now we would like to go beyond and to help all these products to reach European markets and beyond. So, of course, there will be funding opportunities, be it through our Horizon Europe program, in which there will be proposals about algae, in which we are currently working. There is also this Blue Invest fund that we have set up to help companies working in the blue economy sector to go to the market, and which is very successful and be expanded in the coming years, and which is already supporting many companies in the blue bioeconomy and in the algae sector. So yeah, that's there will be many, but I cannot give many more details for the moment because we are obviously working.
Thank you. If you have time, we have one more question.
Mr. Pagliata, it's me again. My other question is, can you also comment on the working mechanism, the connection between DG Mare and the EFSA? Because we have European Food Safety Authority. We got quite talks today about bioprospecting. Vitor also mentioned the currently approved algae species for food consumption in EU. Will we see certain improvements in the process of approval mechanisms for the algae, again, within the concept of the new EU algae initiative? How does DG Mare work with EFSA? And will we see some more improvement in the approval processes? Thank you.
Thanks a lot again for your question on that, which is of course very relevant. As you may have seen, there has been this opinion from EFSA this week about algae. So this is something we take very seriously, and we are working in close coordination with the DG Sante at the European Commission. So this is the Directorate General in charge of health issues, and which is working very closely with the EFSA. So yeah, I mean, I cannot comment much more on that. But what I can tell you is that we are looking into this issue very seriously. We are aware of this issue. We want to improve that, and yeah, we are currently working on that, both with EFSA and with the DG Sante.
Thanks so much.
Again, thank you for your contribution to our conference.
Thanks a lot to everyone for your questions, your attention. Please, I just wanted to add something. Please do not hesitate to contact us at the Commission if you want to bring to us any matter that you think is relevant to our attention. And yeah, we are of course available for meetings if you want to discuss any matter with us.
Thank you.
Of course, I answered some questions maybe a bit high level. We can have more detailed answers by email. Thanks a lot for the invitation, and have a very nice conference.
Thank you again. We will have a 10-minute break right now. Kapıyı kapatabiliriz. Bir daha yapalım. Ha, uzat da yine. Bunu mu? Evet. Ne gözüküyor mu senin? Başlıyorum. Dear guests, welcome back and welcome back to our last session for today. I'd like to inform you about the current situation of our schedule today. There's a small change in the part of our program. Instead of Mr. Cemil Koyunoğlu, our speaker from the second day, Miss Dila Hocaoğlu, will be on the stage. Dila Hocaoğlu will talk about integrated wastewater management for sustainable agricultural operation using spirulina. Please note that her presentation title is a little bit different from the main focus on our session 3. But Cemil Koyuncuoğlu will be here tomorrow. And I'd like to invite my dear friends to the stage with the title of Integrated Wastewater Management with Spirulina. The floor is yours.
Sen mi bastın? Ben bastım. Buradan mı devam edeyim? Hı hı. Aldım. Tamam. Hello everyone. My name is Dila and I will talk about my thesis research that's named Integrated Wastewater Management for Sustainable Agriculture Operations using spirulina. First of all, I will talk about, I will mention the project and, sorry, but it's not working, I guess. Anyway, so let me first talk about the project overview and the purpose of the project. I guess it's not being seen properly on the screen, right? Tamam. Şunu nasıl düzeltebilirim? Ya da böyle mi devam edeyim? Sanırım oldu. Şuradan. It's okay right now, I guess. Yeah. First, I will talk about the project overview and the purpose of the project. So, my research belonged to a bigger project that's designed to suggest a circular, sustainable farm operation system. And the main idea behind the project is to collect the wastewater in the microphone. So main idea of the project is to collect the wastewater. The bigger project's main idea is to collect the wastewater and then separate it into two and direct the sludge portion to an anaerobic digester and the liquid portion to an algae photobioreactor that will be placed upon a water body that will be nearby the farm. And resulting biomass could be used for many purposes, and in my case, depending on the farm needs, but in my case, we evaluated the potential for fertilization applications And the effluent treated wastewater could be used for, again, depending on the farm needs, for many purposes like irrigational purposes, cleaning purposes. The effluent quality is important at this point. So my study consisted of two phases. The first portion was the pretreatment by chitosan solution, and then phycoremediation, the pretreated wastewater. Sesimi açmam isteniyor ama bunu kabul mü etmeliyim? So on these pictures, you see the farm that I collected my wastewater. They have around like 300 cows. They operate, they have around 300 cows. They are dairy production farm. They operate organically. They don't buy any feed from outside. They grow their own feed for animals. They don't use any fertilizer. They use their the animals' manure as fertilization applications. And they don't use any drugs or supplements unless the animals are sick. They also have this, sorry. No. So they also have their own wastewater collection system, a primary separator system. In this second picture, you see a concrete pit that they collect their wastewater into this pit. And once enough solids are accumulated in the pit, they direct the wastewater into this separator. And after the separation, the pre-treated solid separated effluent is redirected into this pit again. And this is right where the collection was done, right after the separation was done. So the first thing that I did was the characterization of the wastewater, and then I needed to decide the optimum amount of chitosan solution to be able to determine the minimum amount of chitosan solution for maximum amount of solids removal and microbial community removal. So that amount was 20 milliliters per 50 milliliters of wastewater, and scaling up was done accordingly. And in these pictures, you can see some portions of that study. This one shows jar test, a portion of the jar test, and in the middle one, you can see portioned raw wastewater. And this one shows the pre-treated wastewater. It's clean and non-turbid, so ready to use in further experiments. And then the next thing that I did was to conduct a multi-well plate assay. I did that to be able to determine the optimum amount of inoculation, optimum amount of culture needed to inoculate the wastewater. So the amounts that I tried was 1/10 of the final volume of the culture, 2/10, 3/10, and 4/10. 4/10 was the most successful one, so the further experiment was done using the 4/10 ratio. And in this slide, you can see the inoculation, the experiments that was done in custom-made plastic PBRs. I designed these plastic PBRs out of irrigational hoses. They are easy to find. They are cheap. They are readily available. They are elastic, which is an important quality for if we are planning to place the photobioreactors on top of a water body. So, and also I designed an aluminum skeleton so that I will be able to hang the photobioreactors from above, and they will get light from above. And also I will be able to place the culturing portion of the hoses on top of this orbital shaker so that I will be able to mimic the waving motion of the water body. And you can see some pictures of those process. And this is from control study. This is from this is right before the inoculation, and this is right after inoculation of wastewater. And now I will talk about my results. The first table that you see is about the efficiency of the pretreatment process of chitosan. The raw wastewater had almost 1,400 milligrams of nitrogen species, and after the pretreatment, it was reduced almost to 2 milligrams per liter. That sums up to 85% removal by chitosan solution. For phosphorus, it was 250 almost, and was reduced to almost 70 milligrams per liter. That sums up to almost 93% removal by chitosan solution. And for COD, it was 37 grams per liter in the pretreated, raw wastewater, and it was reduced to 13 grams per liter, and it sums up to 65, almost 65% removal by chitosan solution. And what this means for us, the usual medium that we use in the laboratory to cultivate the spirulina species is sphere medium, and it has almost 400 milligrams per liter nitrogen species and 80 milligrams per liter phosphorus species. That means that we have remaining half of the nitrogen species that the species is used to grow in, and also the phosphorus species is almost 1/4 of the usual amount. So it's really nutrient limited medium for the species. On this slide, we see the multi-well plate growth results. And like I said, the most successful one, the 4/10 inoculation ratio was the most successful one for wastewater. So the further experiments was done using this ratio. So these graphs, four graphs, compare the growths of species in plastic PBRs for control and wastewater studies. The first graph shows the filaments versus time. We see blue ones depict the control PBR and orange ones depict the wastewater PBR. We see the straight line for filaments number. That means that the filaments number did not increase over time, which was something expected actually, because the nitrogen amount, phosphorus amounts were pretty low in the medium. So this was something not so surprising. But when we look at the optical density, we see a sharp increase in the first 2 days of the cultivation. That is resulting from the non-oxidenic nature of the culture that was used in the experiment. So the bacteria thrived in the wastewater where there's increased where there are a lot of amounts of organic carbon. And for pH, pH was as it was expected. It was the same as the control studies, and dry weight was also increased when we look at the control study in the wastewater study. These two graphs show the nutrient removal profiles of the cyanobacteria species. So, what we can clearly see, immediately see, is that the species, nitrogen and phosphorus species, were immediately taken up in the first couple of days of the cultivation. For phosphorus, it was almost 80% removal, and for nitrogen, it was almost 60% in the first 2 days and 10% in the next 2 days. So it was pretty fast removal. And on this table, we see overall efficiency of the effluent. We see the overall efficiency of the treatment process. So we talked about the chitosan removal process. And when we look at the phycoremediation portion, the cyanobacteria was able to remove almost 15% of the nitrogen species. That sums up to almost 100% when coupled with chitosan pre-treatment. And for phosphorus species, it was 5.5% with phycoremediation. That sums up to 98%. For COD removal, it was almost 30% by phycoremediation. That sums up to 93%. And for solids, we see this gap because after pre-treatment process, I wasn't able to measure any kind of solids remaining in the wastewater because it was, as you have seen, it was pretty clear, so I wasn't able to measure with the equipments I had. So after the phycoremediation portion, however, I was able to detect some solids, so that sums up to almost 93% again, overall removal efficiency. And now I will talk about the biomass analysis. The first analysis I will talk about is the nutritional profile of the biomass. So these graphs show the total protein, total carbohydrate, total lipids. When we look at the proteins, we see almost 73% of protein production in the control group, whereas we see 42, almost 42% protein production. These are something we also expected because when the nitrogen and phosphorus species was not that high, so the cyanobacteria species was not able to produce that much of proteins. And when we look at the carbohydrates amount, it was almost 40% for control group, and it was almost 27% for wastewater group. And when we look at the lipids, we see a doubled production of lipids when we compare it to the control group, which is also something expected because when the nutrients are scarce, we expect the lipids, we expect the species to accumulate lipids. So that was something expected. And when we look at next, these are the results from fatty acid composition analysis. The first row shows the control PBR results, and the second row shows the wastewater group. When we look at the table, we immediately see that the types of different FAME profiles were decreased when compared to control PBR. The biomass that was grown in the wastewater wasn't able to produce these 3 FAME profiles. And this is something actually somewhat unexpected because we saw an increased amount of lipids production in the wastewater grown biomass, but this results does not really correlate with that. You might not have been able to determine the stored lipids in our with our production analysis methods. And this table shows the vitamin B content of the harvested biomass. Again, we can clearly see that some of the vitamins that the biomass grown in the control PBR wasn't able to produce, were able to produce by the biomass that was grown in the wastewater. And what we also can see is that their production are increased, and some of them are 6-fold for thiamine, for example, and it was 2-fold for B3 nicotinic acid, and it was 4-fold for pantotenic acid B5. This suggests that the wastewater cultivation, the biomass cultivated in the wastewater, was able to produce these, and wastewater promoted their production. This is a little bit of crowded table, but it shows the elemental content of the biomasses. The first thing that we noticed was the macro and micronutrients were they were lower than the control group. But for example, magnesium, potassium, aluminum, manganese, iron, they were all in lower amounts. And also what we were able to see, that the biomass that was grown in the wastewater accumulated some of the heavy metals higher than the control PBR. This is something that needs to be investigated further because we don't really know the source of the heavy metals. They could be the water that they use in the farm, the soil type, the soil content of the farm. That needs further investigation to be able to conclude what the source is for these heavy metals. And this is again a little bit of crowded table, but it shows the amino acid content, amino acid comparison of the biomasses. On this table, we see some of the amino acids were produced higher amounts in the control group, whereas some of them were higher in the wastewater group. So we don't really have a straightforward conclusion from this study, but what we were able to see was the ones that were higher in the wastewater biomass were greatly increased. For example, it was 2-folds for arginine, and it was 3-folds for histidine. It was 7-fold, 7 times higher for isoleucine and leucine. Lysine was 2-folds, methionine was 9.5-folds, phenylalanine was 17.5-folds. Tryptophan wasn't produced by the control group, whereas it was produced by the wastewater group, and tyrosine was 4-folds, and valine was 16-folds. This table also shows us some interesting findings. And these three amino acids are the ones that are precursors of some biostimulants that encouraged us to investigate the biostimulant presence in the biomass. So we continued with that, but we did a qualitative analysis so that we will be able to see the presence of them. So we determined these 23 classes of compounds, biostimulant and phytohormones, and we determined these by looking at the methodological availability and the applicability by our instruments. And we were able to see 4 of these compounds in our biomass that was grown in the wastewater. Two from the jasmanic acid classes, 1 from gibberellins, and one aminocyclopropane, 1 carboxylic acid, which is the immediate precursor of ethylene. And this compound's immediate precursor is methionine that was produced almost tenfold in the wastewater biomass. So this is a promising result for us. So to conclude, what we can say is that when coupled with chitosan solution, chitosan pretreatment, the overall treatment process was able to remove almost 100% of the nitrogen species, 98% of the phosphorus species, and almost 23% for COD and solids. The system was able to remove. We were also able to see the biomass that was grown in wastewater was able to produce more vitamin Bs than the control group. We were able to see some interesting results for amino acids production in the wastewater group that the control group was not able to produce in that amount. And also we were able to see some biostimulant presence in the wastewater biomass that would suggest their use as biofertilizer. Of course, the optimization further needed and quantification is needed. So I think that was some of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation and for your nice closing. If you want to ask any question, you can ask right now. We can continue with your questions. Yes, please. Yeah, it's coming.
Well, thank you for the presentation.
Yeah.
I just wonder, I think if I'm not mistaken, that was a batch-wise study. So you have
Yeah.
tried it only once, not anymore, right?
I mean, yeah, these results
So there
results
was
are
no
from only one
continuous
study.
feeding at all?
Sorry?
No continuous feeding, right?
No.
So what was the initial mixture ratio of your feed from the wastewater? So you have this growing media, let's say 10 liters or something.
Oh, no, that wasn't any dilution in the wastewater because the limited nutrients were pretty limited in the wastewater, so we didn't do any dilutions.
So what I'm trying to say is that, you know, how many liters of digestate or the liquid part you fed it into that?
Oh, it's
growing
2
media?
liters per bioreactor.
And what was the volume of the bioreactors each?
2.
2. So
Yeah.
1 to 1. Almost.
You mean the dilution 1 to 1? No, we did not do any dilutions with the wastewater.
so-
it was all the wastewater itself.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
so I haven't seen the oxygenation levels over there. What was the anaerobic conditions during
We
these experiments?
we did not do any anaerobic studies with this study, I guess.
No. What I'm trying to say, you have a lot of significant amount of organic materials inside the growing
Yeah.
media. So normally you should expect some anaerobic conditions over there. So I wonder
Unfortunately,
if you have
yeah.
any experience like that.
I guess I'm not really understanding the
Okay
question.
then.
That's why I'm not
Alright.
able to answer.
It's all the time. So you're just sweeping the air outside. Okay. All right. Okay then. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Congratulations.
I think that's all. Thank you again for your nice presentation. Now I would like to invite Hamed Yosefzadeh from Koç University. He will give valuable information about hydrothermal liquefaction of Chlamydomonas nivalis and Nanochloropsis gaditana microalgae, effects of process condition and type of catalyst on the yield and quality of biocrude.
Hello everyone, I am Hamed Yusufzadeh from Koç University, and today I am going to talk about hydrothermal liquefaction of Chlamydomonas nivalis and Nanochloropsis gaditana. In this study, we investigate the effect of process conditions and type of catalyst and the yield of biocrude and quality of the biocrude. So as a introduction, we have several methods for conversion of biomass into biofuels, and mainly divided into biochemical conversion and thermochemical. In biochemical conversion, we have anaerobic and fermentation methods in which we can obtain biomethane and bioethanol. And in case of thermochemical conversions, we have a gasification where we obtain syngas, and then hydrothermal liquefaction. We can obtain different products, including biocrude, gases, and solid residue, and also pyrolysis as another thermochemical conversion. So after these processes, we always have need extra processes to improve the quality of the obtained biocrude to meet the standards of the biofuels such as biogasoline and biodiesel and biojet fuel. In this study, we just studied the hydrothermal liquefaction. Thank you. So hydrothermal liquefaction briefly basically is a method is occurred at high pressure and temperature, and you just need a solvent, which is usually is water, and your biomass, and a reactor that works at high temperature and pressure. And as a result of this process, you have gas, aqueous, biocrude, and biochar, a multi-phase products, and you may need and you may use some catalyst, or you can do it without using catalyst. So in case of temperature, as you see the water phase diagram, you should work at temperatures between 250 up to the critical temperature of the water to have a hydrothermal liquefaction process. And in these conditions, we have some properties that helps us to facilitate the reactions in the conversion of biomass into the biocrude. The first one, the decreased dielectric constant of water, which help us to higher solubility of nonpolar compounds, which is mainly found in biocrude, and also higher ionic product at these temperatures, which help us to catalyze acid-base reactions. So we studied two types of microalgae, Chlamydomonas nivalis and Nanochloropsis gaditana, which were cultivated at open ponds at large scales. And I represent the elemental analysis as the microalgae as harvested and higher heating values, which will be used, compare the higher heating values of the obtained biocrude as a raw fuel to our feed. And also, we used catalysts in this process. Our catalysts were copper exchange zeolites. But to prepare these copper exchange zeolites, we used a novel method that we developed in our laboratory recently, which is a supercritical ion exchange. In this method, you don't need any aqueous medium to perform the ion exchange reaction. I don't want to go into the detail of this method, but briefly, I can say that this method consists of 3 steps of dissolution of the metal precursor, adsorption reactions of the metal complex with the zeolite host at supercritical medium, and finally, we have supercritical extraction to obtain our catalysts, and this is a one-pot synthesis. We obtain 3 types of copper exchange zeolites: copper mordenite, copper SSZ13, and copper ZSM5 with the certain copper loadings around 2 and 1 weight%. So as an experimental method, we use the batch process. We use the small custom-made reactor in our laboratory, and we placed it in a furnace to increase the temperature, and also we control the pressure inside the reactor using a pressure transducer. And so for the first experiment, for the initial experiments, we investigate the effect of temperature, duration, dry content of the microalgae in the reaction media. And finally, we use the optimum conditions obtained from investigating these process conditions to study the effect of catalyst. So we also measure the duration of the reaction by monitoring the pressure. Once the pressure reaches the vapor pressure of the water, we start to record the initial time of the reaction. And our process conditions varied between 250 up to 350 degrees of Celsius, with durations between 10 to 60 minutes, and with dry contents of 5 to 20 weight% of dry microalgae, and also with amount of catalyst of 10 weight% with ratio of dry microalgae. So we performed HTL, and then we collect the liquid and solid products using by adding dichloromethane as a solvent. And after that, we filter out the solid residue by using these filter papers, and then finally we obtain water and DCM soluble products. And then we separate the aqueous and also DCM soluble phases using funnel separatory to get rid of our water soluble compounds and phase. And finally, we evaporate the DCM solvent to obtain a very high viscose our biocrude product. And also we calculate the solid residue yield and also biocrude yield and aqueous and gas yield. We also analyze the elemental composition of the biocrude using elemental analyzer, and also calculate the higher heating value of the product, energy recovery. And also we studied the molecular compounds and composition of the biocrude by using mass spectrometry. As a result, should continue from here. And in case of Nivalis, and we saw a slight, and we generally saw the biocrude yields about 15 weight% as compared to dry microalgae. By increasing the time as our first process parameter, we saw a slight increase in biocrude. However, in case of Gaditana, we obtained the maximum biocrude yield of 34 weight%, at the duration of 30 minutes. And conversion in case of Nivalis was about, the total conversion I mean, was about 50%. And in case of Gaditana, we had higher conversion, about 80%. Generally, we have higher solid residue in case of Nivalis as compared to case of Gaditana. For the effect of temperature, and we observed the highest biocrude yield at temperature of 350 degrees of Celsius for the Nivalis. And also, approximately the yield of aqueous and gas was constant by varying the temperature, and the total conversion of the Nivalis was slightly increased at higher temperatures of 350 degrees of Celsius. In case of Gaditana, so in this case, we choose the 300 degrees of Celsius for Nivalis to be the optimum temperature of HDL process. For Gaditana, the maximum yield again obtained at 300 degrees of Celsius with conversion of 80%. And also at higher temperatures, we had a higher gasification and higher aqueous yields. In this case also, we obtained the optimum biocrude yield at 300 degrees of Celsius. To effect of dry content, we investigate again at the same process conditions. So we saw that by increasing the dry content, there was a slight increase in the biocrude yield for case of Nivalis up to 28%. However, for the yield of aqueous and gas yield, there was a decrease from 54 to 50. And also, excuse me, it was for the total conversion decrease. And higher dry contents, we had lower actually conversions. Therefore, considering the yield of also biocrude, we chose the 28% as our optimum condition. And also, in case of Gaditana, again, we had the optimum biocrude yield at 10%. In the increased values of the dry content, we had higher solid residue with low conversion of the our biomass into whether biocrude or aqueous and gas yields, as you see as of decreasing in yield of the aqueous and gas yields. So the optimum conditions were determined, and then we studied the effect of catalysts on the biocrude yield. In case of the Nivalis, we observed that using copper mordanite led to increase in aqueous and gas yields significantly as compared to blank and also the other catalytic ones. And also, you can see here in the catalytic runs, we had more gasification phenomena in this HDL experiments as compared to the experiment where we didn't use any catalysts. However, in case of biocrude yield, there was no significant effect on the yield of biocrude. For Gaditana, however, there was a effect, and there was a significant effect for the yield of biocrude. We observed an increase in biocrude yield for Gaditana by using copper mordanite. And therefore, it was probably due to the Maillard reactions between aqueous and biocrude phases. In this case, we didn't have any extra gasification using catalyst by monitoring the pressure of the reactor at the end of the process. And also, we investigate the elemental analysis. Generally, the higher heating values of the biocrude obtained was higher for Nivalis as compared to Gaditana in range of 29 up to 36 megajoule per kilogram of the biocrude, and energy recoveries are varied between 23 up to 38%. These values are for the non-catalytic experiments, and at both cases we obtained the maximum energy recovery at a temperature of 350 degrees of Celsius. For the catalytic ones, generally the higher heating values was improved and increased, especially in case of Gaditana. And however, due to lower biocrude yields of the Nivalis, in this case, we had a slight decrease in energy recoveries. But Gaditana had reasonable biocrude yields, and our energy recoveries was improved again in case of catalytic runs, especially in copper mordanite case, by decreasing nitrogen and oxygen. As you know, in fuels, we should, in these cases of experiments, we should decrease and get rid of as much as possible of nitrogen and oxygen to increase the higher heating value and energy density of the biocrude. We investigate the compounds, the molecular composition of the biocrudes by mass spectrometry, and we generally divided we obtained large number of the compounds in the biocrude samples, and we had to categorize them into main groups of nitrogen-containing cyclics, hydrocarbons, and sulfur-containing, and those of with little amounts of composition into the others category. In case of hydrocarbons, there was an promising results because we obtained the carbon numbers of between 10 up to 20, which were very suitable for the biofuels, jet fuel, kerosene, and diesel. And if you just separate these and these hydrocarbons from the biocrude, you actually just get your biofuel. I mean, you don't obtain hydrocarbons with large carbon numbers more than 20 or 30 here. So again, in terms of effect of time, we saw that by increasing the time and duration of the process, we saw that you can decrease the nitrogenous compounds concentration in your sample and increase your cyclic compounds in both cases. Also, for the temperature effect, the similar results was obtained. At higher temperatures, you can decrease the nitrogenous compounds and higher cyclic compounds, and also here you can increase the hydrocarbon compositions by increasing the temperature. This is probably actually, and you can see the decreased nitrogenous compounds at the same time by increasing the cyclic compounds in both cases. This is probably due to denitrification of nitrogenous heterocyclic compounds at higher duration and temperature. And also in case of sulfur concentration, we saw that by increasing the duration and the temperature of the process, we can decrease the sulfurous compounds. In case of using catalyst, we saw that using catalyst also has a significant effect on the selectivity of the compounds. You can see that by using catalysts, we can increase the hydrocarbons and decrease the nitrogenous compounds as compared to the case you don't use catalyst, especially these results were for the case of copper mordanite and copper ZSM5. And also, in these cases, you can see the improved hydrocarbon yields, and I mean the higher selectivity for the hydrocarbons. And also by using a catalyst, you can again decrease the amount of sulfur containing compounds. A point in the results is that you can see that we have a remarkable amount of nitrogenous compounds that we don't actually want that much in our biocrude samples. And we thought that we can decrease the concentration by performing a simple treatment of biocrude. We dissolve the obtained biocrude again in dichloromethane, and then we mix it with deionized water, and we saw that the concentration of nitrogenous compounds and sulfurous compounds are decreased significantly after treating with water for treatment of 1 day of mixing of these solutions. So as a conclusion, we obtained the maximum biocrude yields of about 19 and 34 weight percent of Nivalis and Gaditana, and copper zeolites that was prepared by the supercritical ion exchange improved both yield and composition of the biocrude samples. And also higher yield of biocrude, especially obtained in case of Gaditana by using copper mordanite. And when you use copper mordanite and copper ZSM5, you can increase the yield of higher hydrocarbons and cyclic compounds and decrease the yield of nitrogenous compounds. You can decrease also nitrogen, sulfur, and oxygen content of the biocrude with higher heating values by using catalysts, and also hydrocarbons in biocrude, which mainly consist of alkanes and alkenes with carbon numbers between 10 and 20 was obtained, which was a promising result for our biocrude for further processing. And also you can consider the further and the large amount of nitrogenous compounds that are useful for food, drug, and cosmetic industries by separating those from your product. And finally, I would like to thank Turkish Scientific and Technological Research Council, TÜBİTAK, for funding this project, and Koç University Energy Technologies and Supercritical Fluids Research Group, and Istanbul Microalgae Biotechnologies Research and Development Unit from Boğaziçi University, and Koç University Surface Science and Technology Center, KUYTAM, and finally Koç University Tüpraş Energy Center, KUTAM, for supporting us to perform this study. Thank you so much for your constant attention.
Thank you for your useful presentation. If you want to ask any question, we can continue with the questions. If you have, please.
Pili bitmiş.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. What I'm trying to infer from your talk, can you comment on, this is something I think probably might be interesting to the community, because you had two strains, one of them is freshwater, the other one is marine species. The freshwater species has less lipid, but the marine species has high. Can you comment on the impact of salt on the catalytic system? Although the Nonacropsis is the marine species, but it got more lipids and better biocrude yield. So what do you think the limitations of the salt on the overall hydrothermal liquefaction system?
Actually, as you know, in this system, we used as harvested both microalgae, and probably there was some salts into the our feed rather than our synthesized catalyst. In the catalytic HTL runs, we use both alkaline and acid catalysts. In both of them, we can use salts as a catalyst, we can use zeolites, and we can use acids. All of them have a catalytic effect on the product. So therefore, in this case, I think we should be sure about that. We can, I mean, we can study the effect of these catalysts separately, individually, and on the yield and composition, and they have certainly effect on the biocrude yield, and this is a fact actually.
Is there any question? I think that's all. Thank you for your contribution again. And today's last presentation belongs to Ms. Tuğçe Sezgin. Tuğçe Sezgin from İzmir Institute of Technology. And we connect online to her. Can you hear us? Continuous.
Hello.
But we can't hear you right now.
Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you right now.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Can you please increase your voice volume?
I'm trying, but sorry. Is it okay right now?
Please. We need more.
I'm sorry.
Can you please talk a little bit?
Okay. Now
Okay.
it's okay.
Yeah, okay, we can hear you right now.
Okay. I'm sharing my screen.
And Ms. Tuğçe Sezgin's speech title is Enhance Chitin Nylon Fiber Productivity from Marine Diatoms Through Strain Selection and Cultivation Process Optimization. And floor is yours. You can share your presentation directly. It's available right now.
I couldn't share right now. Sorry. Okay. I think it's okay.
Yes, it's better. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I am Tuğçe from İzmir Institute of Technology. Today I'm going to present our work and it's about chitin nanofiber productivity from marine diatoms. First of all, I'm going to explain what are diatoms. They are subdivision of macroalgae and they have silica cell wall, unlike other classes of macroalgae, and species belonging to Psychotella and Thalassosira genera biosynthesis and extrude chitin nanofibers, and they are only source of pure chitin in nature. So what is chitin? Chitin is an organic biopolymer N-acetylglucosamine units linked together, and there are many derivatives of chitin, but the most important one is chitosome. Actually, chitin is second most abundant biopolymer on Earth after cellulose, and chitin and its derivatives are biocompatible, biodegradable, and non-toxic. They are used several biomedical industries, such as biomedical, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, food, and beverage industries. And they have a total market of $4 billion in last year. And today, the chitin demand is mainly supplied from shellfish, but its causes some problems. For example, the amount of chitin that can be extracted is low in shellfish. It's about 20 to 30% chitin of biomass. And other important problems is the chitin bonded with proteins and other inorganics, and this causes impurity in the final product. And but diatoms belonging to Psychotella and Thalassiosira genera are the only living creatures that produce high quality of chitin in the purest form, and they extract nanofibers out of the cell from Portula. Maybe you can see in here, and they potentially simple extraction of chitin nanofibers, and chitin is not directly bonded with other organics and inorganics, and we completely extract the nanofiber from a cell. In our current research is about the comparison of chitin productivity of 9 strains belonging to Psychotella and Thalassiosira genera, and our aim is the select of the species with the highest chitin productivity actually. And we have two species and 9 strains with different habitats, which are marine and brackish. And we cultivated each strain in our bubble column photobioreactor under 2-stage cultivation processes. The aim is the stage 1 is acclimation to PBR conditions for the plus culture, and the stage 2 is need to comparison of the chitin productivities under silicon replate and deplate conditions. And this is our bubble column photobioreactor, and these are our process parameters. We use artificial seawater medium, and our cultivation temperature is 200 centigrade degrees. And the main difference between stage 1 and 2 is actually the average incident light intensity. After stage 1, we increase this value 50 to 250 micromole per meter square second. For look at the cell number densities, in 9 strains, Psychotella cryptica 333 species strain has the highest cell number density. And when we look at this graph, we can easily understand that the circle one is the dissolved silicon concentration. When it is completely consumed, the cell number density reaches plateau. So what we understand in here, silicon availability is important for the cell productivity, but the second thing in here is the cell number density. When cell number density reaches plateau, the nitrogen consumption is still continue. So nitrogen availability required for chitin synthesis. For chitin productivity, final chitin concentration range between 30 to 300 milligram per liter. And again, Psychotella cryptica 333 is the highest final chitin concentration. And its peak chitin production rate is 15 milligram per liter day. So the yellow arrow shows the point of the silicon depletion, and we can easily see that when silicon is silicon depleted, chitin concentration and the chitin content in biomass is increased. It's important. For industrial applications, physicochemical polymer properties are important. So we did a diameter and length analysis of chitin nanofibers, and our results show that there are significant differences between all strains. For example, average fiber diameter around 50 to 90 nanometers. And according to previous study, we determined the best productive strain. And to understand the influence of process parameters and cultivation mode on chitin productivity and polymer properties, we cultivated Psychotella cryptica 333 strain under different process parameters on continuous cultivation systems. These process parameters are different light intensity, different temperature and salinity conditions. And we use continuous cultivation system and growth at constant turbidity to understand chitin formation, maximize chitin productivity, and control physicochemical polymer properties. So we determined the threshold value, and it was exceeded. We have here fresh nutrient medium, and it's pumped into the reactor, and the same amount of suspension harvested in here. So this is our results, and it shows the cell division rate with turbidose cultivation experiments. And maximum volumetric productivity was measured in highest light intensity, and the cultivation temperature is 25 centigrade degrees, and the salinity is 20 gram per liter. And we can see that the effect of total effect of actually on cell productivity was higher than other two parameters. So salinity is important for cultivation. In conclusion, all Psychotella and Thalassocerat strains produce chitin nanofibers in beta form. Chitin productivity changed significantly between the strains, and Psychotella cryptica 333 strain had the highest peak production rate and final chitin concentration, and physicochemical polymer properties varied across the strains. Finally, I would like to thank the TÜBİTAK and the Integrated Research Centers of İzmir Institute of Technology. And also, I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Altan Özkan. Thank you for listening.
Ms. Tuğçe Sezgin, thank you for your contribution. With your permission, I will ask the audience if there is any question.
Yes, okay.
Sure. If you want to add something more, or if you have any question, you can ask right now. Yes, please. We have one question.
Tuğçe, thank you so much for your presentation. This is Berat Aznarol from Boğaziçi University. I'm going to ask something very simple because I didn't understand. So chitin is mostly in the cell wall of the diatom. Is that correct? Or in your system, do you also have a chitin production in the cytoplasm? Can you clarify that issue a little bit? Did you hear me okay? No?
No, I couldn't hear, hocam, sorry.
Okay, is the chitin mostly in the cell wall of the diatoms, or is there any cytoplasmic accumulation as well?
Mostly in the cell, hocam.
In the cell walls?
Yeah.
Okay. So is the normal growth promoting conditions of the diatoms contribute to chitin, or no, not at all?
I'm sorry, hocam.
Aslan, maybe she can hear from you.
Can you please repeat?
It's okay. I will follow up with you later. I probably cannot make my voice now right now.
Okay.
Sorry hocam.
That's okay. No worries.
Okay.
I'll call you later.
Okay.
Okay, then thank you again for your contribution to our conference. Thank you, we appreciate it. And dear guests, as you know, that's the end of the first day of our conference. Firstly, personally, as a member of independent project, and secondly, behalf of our team, I would like to thank you, all of you. And we were happy to welcome you here today. And I'd like to inform you about the gala dinner. Now we continue with the gala dinner. I suppose that you all have the social and scientific program on your table. In the fourth page, and also you can see from the screen, on the fourth page of the book, you will have the details about the gala dinner and location and other details. And it is important, please bring your conference name tag along with you. And again, thank you for being here today. You're appreciated. Thank you. And see you again tomorrow.